Good morning. Welcome to the Mean Stack MBA. Do you know what I mean? So me and Helen, we have I'm Helen. I'm Steven. I'm not Helen. I'm Steven. This is Helen. And we're going to talk about the Mean Stack, which is a really cool set of technologies that work together pretty nicely. It's all written in JavaScript. Mean is an acronym for MongoDB, Express, Node.js, and Helen, what am I missing?
Angular?
Angular, yes, but not necessarily in that order. What we'll be doing is we'll be creating a Twitter clone application called Chirp. And what we can do is we can create tweets, or not tweets, but cheeps, excuse me. And we'll be creating this application from the front to the back, building off of our previous Microsoft Virtual Academy videos on Angular.js, Express.js, as well as MongoDB. And this kind of ties everything together into one cohesive application that you can use as a framework of your understanding of the mean stack and go off and make your own mean stack applications so that you can divide and conquer. Anything else, Helen?
No, let's start with some intros. So my name is Helen Zhang, and I'm a developer evangelist for San Francisco. And specifically, I work with startups in San Francisco out of the top incubators and accelerators to drive adoption on Azure and to help them create apps for our platforms. So in my spare time, I also give quite a few talks to developer audiences. And I am a huge web development nerd, so I play around with frameworks like this all the time. I'm also a volunteer computer science teacher at Mission High School in San Francisco, and I'm a pretty avid traveler. My personal site is below, just a little plug. Steven?
Hey guys, so my name is Steven. Helen's actually my counterpart in San Francisco. I also work with some of the accelerators down in San Francisco, a couple of them like YC or StartX. And what we'll do is we create integrations between open source technologies and Azure to kind of ease those gaps and help onboard startups on Azure. I'm a JavaScript junkie. I run Azure. I connect to Azure basically from anything. I've connected from microcontrollers as well as Windows phones, Androids, iPhones. And I love just creating JavaScript experiences on each of those platforms. And what's really cool is that JS runs everywhere, and I'm super into that. So now, actually on the bottom of my side as well, I think I did do a shameless plug as well. So if you want to know more about me, you could definitely hit up my website. And I guess we can move on.
Yeah, so let's go over what we're going to talk about today. We're going to start in this module talking about the mean stack, going over each specific component, what it's going to do in our application, and we're actually going to show you our demo application as well and walk you around that. In the next module, I'm going to go over Angular.js, some basic concepts in Angular, and start creating our app locally. And then Steven's going to build out the backend using Node and Express. He's going to build out the APIs that we're going to hit using our Angular app eventually. And then in the fourth module, he's going to integrate MongoDB for our data source. Then module 5, you'll come back to me. I'm going to tie everything together, go and actually call the APIs that Steven's created and show that application working live. And then we're going to deploy all of this to Azure and show you some more resources in the mean stack community, some other generators or things that you can use, testing frameworks, and conclude from there.
What can they? Oh, okay, great. I was going to ask what can our users expect to know beforehand, but Helen beat me to it. So what can our users expect to have to know in order to be very productive in this Microsoft Virtual Academy?
So because everything we're going to do is JavaScript, we expect you to have a pretty good grasp of JavaScript, as well as some basic web development concepts, such as what an MVC framework is going to be. We're going to still go over quite a few of these things, but it'll help if you have that good foundation. So again, it'll be great if you have a strong grasp of JavaScript, if you're familiar with HTML, CSS, and with Bootstrap, or Twitter Bootstrap rather, which is just a great library for making a beautiful front end. And if you want to look at other resources that might help, there's an introduction to Angular.js MVA. There is the very awesome You've Got Documents MongoDB Jumpstart that Steven was actually a part of. And And it's not listed here, but there's actually a Node.js MVA as well.
Stacy Mulcahy and Rami did that one.
Okay.
If you want to call them out.
Yeah, Stacy Mulcahy and Rami did that one. Stacy also worked on the Angular MVA along with Christopher. So Christopher's waving from the back for those of you who can't see. So if you want to join the MVA community, please do. There's a lot of really great online learnings like what we just talked about. There's over 2 million registered users, and there's a lot of really great relevant training, even on open source technologies like the MERN stack. So let's really get into it. What is the MERN stack? Let's actually show a demo of our MERN stack application. And I'm going to apologize in advance because this is not the exact version that we're going to show in the end, but it's pretty darn close. So as you can see, there's an application we've built here called Chirp. We've lightly styled it using Twitter Bootstrap with a very typical navigation header you might have seen. We're going to implement a login and registration system, and people will be able to post into the stream. We've disabled the guest posting for now because, let's be honest, we don't know what all you are going to say. But you'll see us posting into the stream later on, and by the end, once you actually authenticate, you'll be able to post into the stream as well.
I think our users should be able to register already, right? I'm pretty sure.
You're revealing our secrets. I think it's actually not working right now because I tried right before this.
Oh, and it didn't work?
Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
That's cool.
Sorry to reveal
It's probably better. It's probably better anyways.
Yeah, honestly, you have a chat, okay? Go to the MVA Q&A chat if you want to say anything to us. So yeah, let's talk about why we're actually going to use the MERN stack. Well, as we said before, the MERN stack is all built using JavaScript. As a lot of people say, it's really one language to rule them all. Because you can build your server in JavaScript. You can, of course, build out your front end in JavaScript. And Angular even provides a nice framework for you to build out that nice MVC in the front end as well. Everything that we're going to use is completely open source. While they might be supported by larger corporations such as MongoDB or Joyent or Google, everything that they're making is open source, and you can go through and access all of that. Node.js also has a huge module library if you want to go and take components that you might need. For example, for authentication, we're actually going to use a module that other people have built on top of that. And it's really easy to get started quickly with the MERN stack because, as you can see, we're going to build out a complete application in just a few hours because since the front end and the back end is all using one language, it's extremely cohesive. Everything we're using is extremely lightweight, and it's not too much of a burden to run.
That's probably why it's pretty popular with web developers, right? I'm imagining because the whole thing's written in JavaScript. So if you're just familiar with really good with JavaScript on the front end, you can make your way back through the back end and even through the database because even the database is really JavaScript-like. So really, it's actually quite friendly for if you're just really familiar with front-end development and you kind of want to get into the back end a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually primarily a front-end developer, but the MERN stack came along. Node.js especially was so helpful because I said, I don't want to necessarily build something monolithic with Apache or anything huge, but hey, if I can start up a server in 10 lines or less, it must not be that intimidating.
It ain't that bad.
Yeah, so now I can kind of call myself a full-stack JavaScript developer, and it's pretty great. So let's actually talk about all the components that go into the MERN stack. As we said before, AngularJS is the A in the MERN stack, and it's going to take care of our application's entire front end. It's a client-side MVC framework. So we're going to build out models to communicate to our views, which is the HTML that you're going to see, basically. And we're also going to have separate out our application logic inside controllers. This is similar to what you might do in the back end as well, only you're doing this strictly in the front end. So you're actually creating really good delineation between your code, and it keeps things very, very clean. AngularJS is open source, although it's maintained by Google. Google has dedicated a lot of really great engineers to work on AngularJS, and the driving force behind Angular is they're saying, what would HTML look like if HTML was designed to be for building web apps instead of for building, documents or hypertext?
I mean, before Angular, most people, I guess, were just using jQuery, right? And really just manipulating the DOM itself. And I guess Angular is really cool because it's kind of written as for the future of HTML, in the case where you can just directly put in the HTML what you want to data bind. And data binding really is just the concept of binding your data to your UI so that you don't have to explicitly say, hey, add this div, or add this thing, or change this value like you would do in jQuery. Instead, you just simply change data and magically the UI changes. And actually the vice versa works as well. So it makes it quite nice.
Yeah, and not to get into this too deeply, but Angular actually injects some, or makes available some attributes that you can put directly into your HTML to be able to start changing things around. So when you look at some Angular code, it'll actually look quite a lot like just a really nicely formatted, really responsive HTML document, as opposed to some HTML here, and then a lot of the logic is actually obfuscated in some JavaScript function in another file. So when you're looking at an Angular document, you'll actually be able to see, oh, this is where certain logic goes, and it's really clean. And AngularJS is also really, really easy to test. It's built with test-driven development in mind. We're not going to use too much testing today just for the sake of time, but it comes bundled with what is it called? Protractor.
Yep.
Yeah, it's built or it's bundled with Protractor, and the Angular documentation does a really, really good job of saying how can you build unit tests for everything that you're doing. And how do you do a complete end-to-end test for your entire application? So where can you get Angular? How do you install it? It's really, really easy. You can just go to the AngularJS docs here. Whoops. I am going to click into this link. And you can actually install it straight from the Google CDN, which is what we're going to do. So you can get the minimified files straight from Google just by linking to it like so. And
so this pulls right off of the CDN, so we don't actually have to worry about maybe even like storing the file or serving it out itself, right? It just comes right off of that?
Yeah, exactly. And if you haven't used the CDN before, it's really great because once multiple websites and multiple people are hitting that same link, it'll be cached, and it'll be much quicker for your users to access, instead of your users pulling the Angular file down from your server, another site, they're pulling down exactly the same file. So it's just nice to have that be stored.
Some better performance there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
We're going to start out using just the straight Angular library, but later on we're actually going to incorporate some additional modules that aren't included in the basic package, so to speak. We're going to be using some routing and some resources, so we'll be getting to those files as we need them. So next, let's talk about Node.js. Node is the lightweight web server that we're going to use, and it's built in Google's V8 JavaScript engine, which is the rendering engine for Chrome. It's extremely lightweight and efficient, and as you can see here, these are all the lines that it would take to just start running a server. I'm not going to do this right now because Stephen's going to demo this later on his module, and I don't want to steal his thunder. But as you can see, it's extremely simple. You just require the modules that you need, and you create a server. You just say, hey, create a server, run it on this port, listen on this port, and this is what you'll send as the response to your clients. And as you can see, it's just sending hello world. It's extremely simple.
Super easy.
Yeah. And you'll install Node.js by actually going to the Node.js website and clicking download. Obviously, a bit more difficult than just linking to a file from Angular. But you can actually download the pretty easy Windows installers here, and you can also download the binaries if you care to look at them. As it notes here, if you want to build from source, you'll need Python 2.6 or 2.7,
Yep.
but I just recommend getting the installer for today if you don't have it already.
Yeah, most OSs are actually supported just right out of the box. They have binaries for. You could just, and especially if you're using Ubuntu, or if you're using CentOS, Debian-based systems and Fedora-based systems, they have package managers which will just pull the version for you, and you could just do like apt install to install the version of Node that you want, and it'll just get going. If you are using a Debian system like Ubuntu or something, Do note that the module will be called Node.js and not Node, like we'll be using on Windows. So just a FYI.
Awesome. And next, let's talk about Express. Now, Express and Node.js are kind of linked almost completely and tightly. And that's because it's actually a Node module. We're going to get into exactly what modules mean for Node, but basically Express is a really, really thin layer on top of Node that makes it much easier to interact with. So whereas you saw it in our code before, we have to manually talk about what we're going to send as the headers, and things like that. In Express, a lot of that will be sort of magicked away for you and abstracted away so that your calls are just so much more simple. This is especially true if you're making a lot of HTTP requests like we're going to do. We're also going to, of course, build out an API using Express because that's what we're going to use for all of our routing needs.
So it's going to be a web API?
Yes.
OK, cool.
And we're going to layer our authentication piece on top of Express in large cases as well. Express also helps you organize your Node app into an easy and cohesive MVC structure. So your routes will be in one place, your views will be in another place, your logic will be elsewhere, and that just, again, organizes your code such that it's a lot easier than having one monolithic JavaScript file for your server, for instance. So you'll install Express, as I said before, once you've installed Node. We're going to get into NPM later on, but that's basically the module library that comes with Node that you could the Node package manager that you can actually install these modules from.
So that's similar to like pip for Python or I guess
Gems for
Ruby or NuGet for .NET. It's just a package manager which allows you to not necessarily source control your packages, and we'll talk about this more. And instead, you can just keep a manifest, and it'll just install them whenever you need them.
Yeah. And as you can see here, once you have Node installed, it's pretty easy. You just call the package manager, and you say, hey, I want to install Express. And next, MongoDB. So this is what we're going to use for our data store. And it's the top NoSQL database out there. Pretty much everyone's using or talking about MongoDB. And that's because, yeah, it's really, really great, and it's really, really easy to use.
Did you hear about MongoDB? I guess they just announced about 2 weeks ago, MongoDB 3, which is apparently like something crazy, like 95% faster or something like that. So it's actually pretty exciting that they've done a couple of other changes too. Something more detailed features that that we could talk about later, but apparently that just came out, so it's pretty exciting.
Oh, that is exciting. Mongo's already really, really fast, and it's known for being extremely performant. But faster is always better, right?
Yep.
Angular is also, by the way, coming out with a new version soon in Angular 2.0 that is going to solve a lot of the problems that people have found with Angular. Not that many. We still like Angular, but there's always room for improvement. So Mongo has really JSON-like syntax, which makes it, again, really easy to use if the rest of your stack is already in JavaScript. And it's maintained by the MongoDB company. They used to be called 10gen, and they
changed names, yeah.
Yeah, they changed their name because, hey, if this is a product that you're known for the most, why not just name yourself that? And it's primarily using just basic key value stores. So you'll download Mongo by going to mongodb.org and just going to downloads again.
And it'll take you here, and then we can see that we have installers binaries for most systems, and you can also build right from source, similar to Node. So it's pretty nice.
This is not the Mongo 3 that we talked about. This is, as you can see,
this is still 2.7.
Yeah. Just so you guys don't get confused. And anything you want to add? Anything you want to prep our viewers for?
No. So I guess the cool thing is maybe the why of mean stack as well. It's not only because it's JavaScript, but it's also quite flexible and scalable. So a few of the things that are really nice is that MongoDB doesn't actually enforce like actual schemas, so we can be agile. It could change things as your business needs change. Angular is really good because it's a single page application, so it's really responsive. So you don't really have to wait for pages to flip or things like that. And Node.js is actually quite scalable. It's a single threaded application, but it's really good about handling asynchronous calls and managing a lot of different tasks at once, which really creates a high level throughput for especially IO-intensive tasks, such as a web server, which might have thousands of requests a day, and it can serve all those really quickly. So not only is it all JavaScript based, it's actually quite performant, and it's something that you should take a look into as a more modern application stack that you might be interested in migrating over to. I think that's about it for our Module 5 section, or Module 1 section. Wow, I am way early. It's still the morning here in Seattle, so as you know, I know there's a lot of viewers around the world, so we're just getting our day started. With that, I guess we can go ahead and call this module completed. We've kind of brought in the fundamentals of the mean stack. We showed you the application that we're going to build, and in the next module,
we're going to start building right from scratch. We're going to start from an empty folder, build out the complete, well, not the complete Angular side, but an Angular side that doesn't need a back end, and just go straight from there. Every module that we're going to create will pick right off of where the last ones ended.
Yeah, and all these are hosted on our GitHub repository, which is, Christopher said, Microsoft.
It's github.com, whack Microsoft Learning, whack chirp.
Yeah, so I pulled it up here. So if you want to go to my screen real quick, it's github.com/microsoftlearning/chirp. We're going to actually go over each section in order, and each section is going to have their own readmes, which will take you through the code that we're going to go through. So you could take a look at that if you want to right now, but we're going to come back and get started with Module 2.
And we're back. This module, so we're on Module 2 actually, and this module is on AngularJS, which will be the MVC framework, Model View Controller framework, for our front end of the Chirp application, where we can write our cheeps and be merry and jolly and be social. Helen's going to take us through the basic concepts of directives, data binding, using Bootstrap to make things a little pretty, and really build out our front end. And what we're going to do is we're going to kind of mimic the data and not connect it to the back end. And afterwards, I'll take that over and we'll actually start linking things together there.
Yeah. So today we're actually going to start by talking about what is a front-end framework. We keep talking about how Angular is one. We keep talking about front-end frameworks and what they are, but how do they work? What are some other ones, and what are their advantages? And then we're actually going to go into directives, which is essentially how you insert Angular code into your HTML document. We're going to go over modules, which are essentially the application containers for any Angular app, controllers, which is how where you're going to put your application logic for your Angular app, as well as the models and data bindings, which is how we're going to actually display to our users our data and what we're getting from the back end, presumably. And then we're going to go into routing, which is interesting because routing is typically something that we do in the back end. We're saying, hey, hit this endpoint or hit this endpoint or go to this page. But you can actually do that from just within a single page application through using Angular routing. And we're going to show you a bit of that as well.
What is a single page app?
So a single page application is, I think one of the canonical things that people talk about when they talk about single page applications is actually Gmail, right? Because it's an application that, it's an application that you'll look at, and it has a lot of different features. You're going to go into a lot of different pages. But actually, when you're clicking into different links and doing different things, even though the URL changes, you're not making a full request to the server for loading a completely new page. You're only loading parts of the page. So you're essentially, even though you're navigating through different elements on the page and going to doing different things, you're actually all doing it within one single page.
Whoa, mind blowing.
Single page
So you're telling
application.
me that we actually never change pages. We just, it's a big trick.
It is a big trick because you can see the URL changes. You can actually even go to different URLs, and it'll bring you to that exact part of the single page application. But I mean, the advantage is that since you're using that, you're only loading exactly what you need. So you don't need to load your resources twice if you're calling the same JavaScript file, for instance.
So it's a bit snappier.
Yeah, definitely. So let's go in and talk about front-end frameworks and what they are. A lot of these front-end frameworks build the single-page applications that we just talked about. So a framework is something that will actually structure out your application, such as Angular. Whereas there are libraries like jQuery that have a lot of useful functions that make JavaScript a little bit easier to manipulate, to give you a lot of helper functions, and basically make your JavaScript interactions less painful. They might even, like jQuery, come with a lot of add-ins that will allow you to do cool transitions or decent effects, and they'll also allow you to, for instance, make HTTP requests or XHR requests more easily. But AngularJS and other MVC frameworks will do that plus a lot more. So whereas jQuery, for instance, doesn't really care about how you structure out your application so long as you include your jQuery application in, Angular will actually say, hey, put all your logic specifically here in your views or in your HTML templates that you're using to display the page, put in where the code actually goes. Put in what elements actually belong here, and you're really separating out a lot of logic. So AngularJS and other MVC frameworks are a lot more opinionated in that way.
That's what I was about to say. Opinionated is kind of like what it seems to be, whereas jQuery is really unopinionated.
Yeah. So so Angular is an MVC front-end framework, much like a lot of other ones, such as Backbone or Ember.
Yep.
And there are quite a few popular JavaScript MVC front-end frameworks. Sorry, that is a mouthful out there. Angular is something that is probably more opinionated than the rest because they really want to structure out, like we said before, how HTML apps would look, or how HTML would be if HTML was written to build web apps. So with that comes a lot of things. So why use Angular in particular? Well, as we said before, it keeps your code really, really organized and structured. You're going to probably put all your controllers in one place, and you will specify that, hey, these are the things that are specifically modifying the data before we're pushing it out for users to view. There's also two-way data binding, which is something that I think we touched lightly on before. But what that basically is saying is that if you change around your data and apply some logic to it, for instance, in your controller, it's automatically going to change and appear differently in your front end when you're looking at that, because that data is bound between the application's view and the application's logic and control.
So if I have like a list of cheaps, and so we add a new cheap into the list, it'll just automatically show up in the UI?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're actually going to go into a short demo about this. In a little bit. We already
In 1 second, after this next slide.
Yeah, this slide basically goes over the other frameworks that are out there. React actually calls itself technically a library.
Yeah, I think they just call itself the Vue, the V.
Yeah, they call themselves the V in MVC. But I threw it in here because it's really up and coming. It's really, really cool. It's much more performant than the other frameworks out there, specifically because it only tries to do one thing and it tries to do that one thing well. Ember tries to emulate, I think, more of like I would say more Ruby-like in what it wants to do, or more Ruby on Rails-like in what it tries to do in terms of syntax and structure. And yeah.
I've actually never used Ember myself. I've used Backbone. I think that was the last one on the list. And
yeah.
that one's a little bit lighter. It's a little bit more bare bones. It actually doesn't have data binding. You have to like add other libraries to do that. So if you like more minimalistic, less opinion, Backbone's pretty good. I've used that even with WinJS and put those two together, and it worked pretty well. So.
Yeah, and I think actually I've used Angular with WinJS as well, and that also worked quite well. Since these are all JavaScript files that you can essentially include in, a lot of times they will work pretty much out of the box or with minor changes.
Yep.
So to summarize, React is great if you want something that's highly performant, and and very lightweight, and you only want to manipulate the views. Backbone is great if you want a little bit more MVC structure, but you still want to keep things lightweight. And Ember is great if you're already a Ruby on Rails user, and if you like that sort of framework. Angular, though, I think is only one still with two-way data binding, which is quite nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't actually remember. So.
Yeah, I think the other ones have one-way data binding,
Oh.
which means it'll get something from your control. If you change something in the controller, it'll change it in your view. But what's actually nice about two-way data binding is that if you change something in your view, it'll automatically change that in your controller as well.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Inception.
So let's actually go and look at that. We'll go into our module 2 and open Hello World.
Beautiful.
So as you can see here, right now we have just a really, really plain page, and it says hello. And I'm actually going to open the developer console here so you could see what is happening in the DOM. So as you can see here, we are saying, hey, make this app an Angular app just by putting ng app on top. And what we're actually saying is, hey, use this text box here as the input. So we're going to give this ng model. We're going to call this ng model input text. And that basically starts that data binding process by saying, hey, this is the data that we're going to share. And so now when we bind, doesn't exactly show up here.
So the live DOM, Helen,
Yeah.
I think you're expecting the brackets, right?
I am expecting the brackets.
if you
You're
just do
right. I'm
view
going to
source
go
on the page.
into here.
Yeah, there you go.
And you'll see that we put actually input text here. So we're saying, hey, this model here, this input is going to be what our input text is, and we're going to call, and that's our model. And now with the binding, it's actually going to bind this to wherever we put this input text in brackets here. So now whenever we change something in this input, it'll actually change automatically here where we want it to be displayed.
Okay, so it's like magic. It's basically Angular looks at those brackets and says, oh, I have this spot of data that I need to fill in, and it binds to this thing called input text.
Yeah, it'll bind to whatever model you're given. So we're going to use this much later on to do a bit more complex things. And you'll notice that I talked a lot about controllers, but we don't actually have a controller here. You can actually bind this with all your logic not on the same page as well. I think that actually makes it look much more impressive than right here when we're saying, oh yeah, you know, you put the input text here, and then you're basically getting the input text
Yeah,
again.
it looks like magic, really. One quick question: can we do this in Visual Studio? Can we do this in any text editor? Like what's required here?
Yeah, so right now we're using Sublime Text just as a really, really lightweight text editor, but you can absolutely use Visual Studio or anything else as well. We're using Sublime Text primarily because that's the...
It's cross-platform.
Yeah, it's cross-platform, and a lot of web developers really enjoy using it, so we thought we'd use the tools that other people use for things like JavaScript frameworks, basically.
Yeah, but really it's just opening a directory, so
yeah, exactly.
It's about the same thing as anything else.
Yeah. When you're actually opening something in a straight text file like this, and you're seeing that you can make changes just straight in this text file, I think it really shows that everything we're doing is basically, straight JavaScript and not that complex.
Yep.
So now that we've done a tiny hello world, let's actually go through and talk about exactly what we did. And the first thing that we'll talk about are directives. So directives are those Angular-only HTML attributes that we add into our application. You could see from if you think back to our hello world, when we called ng app or when we called something an ng model, those are basically directives. You put them in your HTML tag just to denote that, hey, this is going to be an Angular, this is going to be an element that we're going to use with Angular. And it'll attach some specific behavior to the element. So for example, when we said ng app for the entire, to the HTML tag that's saying, hey, this entire page is going to be an Angular application. And when we set ng model to that text field again, you're saying, hey, this text field is going to be an Angular data model. And you can tell something is an Angular directive by the prefix that it has, which will usually be ng dash or data dash ng dash, or actually data.ng, data dash ng colon is, I think, what it usually is.
Yeah.
So if you look in Source Code for a lot of your favorite websites, you'll probably see something like this already.
Well, data dash is the common attribute if any type of JavaScript or any type of library wants to add data to the DOM, or wants to denote or say something about that particular element in the DOM. And it doesn't just work for Angular; it works for a lot of other frameworks use data dash as well.
Yeah. This is, it's just a nice, so that's why there are two formats. There's the ng dash, to keep it simple, and then there's the data dash ng, which is sort of the more universal model that's out there. The directives in Angular are actually one of its key features, because there are so many directives that you can use, and it makes it so easy to just denote that this is an Angular element instead of, for example, in jQuery or whatever else. You have to actually go in your JavaScript and say, hey, I want to do something to this element. So next, let's talk about models and controllers. So we touched on this lightly a little bit before, but the models are basically the data that you're going to pass around, and the controllers are where your logic is going to sit. So a module is probably the biggest type of sort of directive, and everything is going to sit inside of a module. So the module you can think of as the container for your entire application. And you declare it pretty simply in your Angular code. So you'll have one JavaScript. We're going to basically use one JavaScript file for all your Angular code. You can, of course, separate this out a little bit more, but we don't have that much code today. So we're just going to keep it in one file. And at the top of your file, you're just going to type in var and give your module a name, and then you'll just use angular.module. And the my app here, that's going to be what you're going to call your app in your view. So right here, we're just going to give an example, for instance, my app. So this is what you would call your directive with ng app using. And next, you'll see we have some empty brackets here. The empty brackets are basically where you're going to put in your dependencies. So if you need another type of Angular resource, or if you're calling in some specific library, that's where you'd put those. Because we're starting out simple right now, we're not going to use it just quite yet. And controllers are what are going to contain, again, the business logic for a part of your application. So you can have multiple controllers per Angular module. These will typically correspond with one core function, or one core view, or basically one part of your application. And controllers, basically, all they do is they set up your data to be viewed in your HTML. So you're going to, for instance, massage your data, reset it in the controller, set it different things, and you're actually going to declare it with some similar syntax. So as you recall, for instance here, we called our Angular application, or Angular module, my module. So you could just declare a controller onto that, as you see here, and give it a name, like my controller. And you'll actually give it a function here. So that's interesting, because what we're basically doing is we're going to put our code between these braces here. And you'll see we passed in a scope. So this is how we talked about before, if you need any dependencies, you inject them in the square brackets for a module. Here, if you have any dependencies, you could just simply put them as a parameter for the function. So we already have something here in its scope. Now, scope is something that just every controller is going to need, and that's where you're actually going to keep your data models. So that's essentially everything in your scope is going to be what is passed around to your views. So dependency injection is how we're going to specify those dependencies for Angular component that we need. This is basically, the scope that we're putting into our controller, and it's what we put in our square braces. Angular is very, very big on dependency injection, because that's essentially how you're going to add in only the components that you need for a controller. Instead of declaring everything, for instance, at the top and basically making everything available, you say, well, what do I specifically need for this one controller or this one module? And templates are going to be the angularized HTML that we're going to create. So
what does angularized mean?
I'm not sure that that's a real term. That's basically just what I put in. It's any HTML code that you're going to use along with Angular. So instead of saying so we're going to just call those templates because, as you can see, or as we saw before, what you see in your browser, that code is going to be different. That's going to be actually the rendered view. But what you're using to create that sort of Angular HTML shell, which in our hello world, for instance, was this. This is going to be a template. The templates will typically, you'll see the braces, and this is based. And you're going to see a lot of that Angular structuring. So it's basically template is a really straightforward word. That's exactly what it does.
Angularized,
right?
like hello angularized means that it's using the double brackets, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So your templates are going to be basically the constructed views, or you know what? They're the templates for your views.
Templates. Yeah.
I don't know why I keep trying to explain a really simple word. It is a template. So yeah, actually, let's go in and build out just those simple pieces for our Chirp Angular app.
Awesome.
So just to orient you guys around Sublime, for those of you who haven't used it before, you can actually access your file structure here. And we have one giant folder for our Chirp app, which I put in desktop because, easy access. I know a lot of people don't like that, but hey, it's a demo. And you'll see that I have the completed folder here, and I also just have, the rest of the folder structure here.
So the completed folder has what?
Oh, the completed folder basically has what we're going to end up with at the end of the module, but we're going to create the module from scratch in a new folder that we're going to start here. I just wanted to showcase this because if you haven't used Sublime Text before, this is not like any crazy project view like you might see in Visual Studio. This is basically just going to be
it's just doing
the folder structure. Yeah, you're just seeing the directories as they exist here. And you can see, the other modules here, and it maps basically one-on-one to this. So I've just created this empty app folder, and this is where we're going to start off. If you want to follow along and you want some more detailed instructions, you can, of course, go to our GitHub repo. Let me go here. And as you can see, we're actually going to go through basically what we're going to do here in this Module 2 folder. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually create an Angular module and a controller. And that's going to be the file that we're going to contain the rest of our code in. So I'm going to just create a new file here in Sublime, and I'm going to, you know what? I'm just going to copy paste this code in, so I can describe it to you better. So what we did here is we basically constructed a module, like we said before. We're calling this variable app, and we're going to use that throughout our application. But more specifically, it is the Chirp app, and that's what we're going to call it in the view later on. And we just constructed a really empty controller called main controller, and I'm actually going to just start passing in the scope right now and leave this blank for the time being. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to call this just chirpapp.js. Putting an application folder, and I'm actually going to put it in a separate folder called JavaScripts, just to clean that up a little bit, and save that here. And next, we're going to create that basically main page that you'll see when you're on our Chirp application. So because HTML is really, really verbose, I'm going to use this template. Otherwise, it'll take me forever to type out.
Yeah, those brackets are really annoying.
Yeah, and what we're going to do here is we're basically going to create that HTML file. So right now, this doesn't have any Angular code in it. As I would say, it is not Angularized. Sorry. I'm trying to make it a thing, OK? I'm trying to make this term happen.
Hashtag Angularized.
Angularized, yeah, exactly. And all we have in here is it's just basically a form. We're going to, within this form, we're going to have an input called your name, for your name, and we're going to have a text area for your chirp. Normally, you type in, normally you wouldn't need to type in your name if you're building an application like this because it just saved your username. But because we don't have a backend yet, we're just going to have you manually enter your name whenever you're cheaping. Whenever you're cheaping. Exactly. And there's going to be a submit button. I made a div for a feed down here, but that's obviously not going to be used yet. And I have an extra div here, so I'm just going to save this. And I'm going to call this main.html. So right now, if we go in and we actually look at main.html, it's not very pretty, right? It's completely unstyled, and basically I just have the name input and to say something here. And I can type in things here, but it won't really do anything since that submit button isn't connected to anything. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to start angularizing this. And I'm going to put the ng app actually on the body instead of the full HTML document, and I'm going to call this chirp app. It's important for what you do here to map to or what you're calling the application here with ng app to actually map to what you're going to call it here.
So I can't call it whatever I want. It has to match Angular, the module name of the Angular module name.
Exactly. And we'll also want to include this chirpapp.js file. So for time's sake, I'm going to, again, just copy this. And
so what is that there?
yeah, exactly. I'm going to explain it in just 1 second. So we're going to call in 2 scripts. One is, like we said before, we need basically the AngularJS base scripts from the Google CDN. So I'm just pulling in that CDN code here with this first script. And the second thing we're going to do is we're actually going to link this to our chirpapp.js that we created in our JavaScripts folder. So the order of that is pretty important. You want your Angular code to go first so that your app actually knows what it's accessing. And we're going to save this. Now, this won't actually do much because we don't have a controller or anything in here. So what we want to do is we want to specify, hey, what part of the app is this controller that we're making called main controller modifying? And what we're going to modify is basically this main div. So so whatever is basically under this div or within this div is going to be accessible with the ng controller.
Okay.
And again, it's important for this name to match with what you're going to pass into main controller, what your name is going to be here.
Oh, I got a good question in the chat. They asked, wouldn't you place the CDN link at the bottom of your file rather than the top? Sometimes you do that for loading for performance, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want your site to be extremely performant, extremely fast, you absolutely should place your JavaScript includes at the bottom of the page, because the way that these things load is you'll have that first pass where you load all your elements in, and then you'll actually load, and then you'll go through and you'll load your scripts, and then that'll go through and basically connect what you're connecting with the script. This is just the very standard HTML way that people have learned.
Yep.
So I'm doing this for simplicity's sake instead of actually making anything
Nothing
super
fancy.
performant today. If we wanted to do that, we probably also do a couple of other tweaks. But this, I think, makes things very clear. So after we've added in the controller, next we want to actually connect our model and view. So because we don't actually have anything in our controller here, let's actually learn what we would put in. So what we're going to put in our controller are basically our models, and we're going to, again, modify with that scope. And we're going to use data binding to pass whatever we're doing in the controller over to our view or our template. So something that we're going to use that's really important is that scope that you see we passed in before. And what that scope does is it links your controller to your view. So that kind of sounds confusing, but basically, whatever you're going to attach to that scope is going to be made available to your template view as a variable. So similar to what we did before with that ng model, if you apply that ng model with something that is available in the scope, that's going to be able to be used. This is a confusing concept until you see it in action, so we're going to show that in a little bit. But what you want to basically remember is the scope contains all your models for the data that you're going to be using. And the scope is always configured within the controller for that specific section. And every time you're creating a new controller, you're setting basically a new scope inside of that controller and that element that you created that controller for. And so let's talk about displaying and binding data. As you've seen before in our Hello World application, you can display data once you have a model for it just by simply using some double braces. You're going to actually bind that data using directives like what we did before. So what we did was we used ng model for hello world, and that will create that two-way data binding we talked about, which will basically bind your data from both your view into your controller as well as your controller into your view. So whenever something changes in your view, that changes automatically in our controller as well. And our ng bind is a slightly different function, and that'll basically create one-way data binding. So whatever changes in your controller will actually populate out to your view, but it won't go back the other way. And ng bind is obviously more performant than ng model since it doesn't have to actually create that watching. But we're going to use ng model because when we're populating the form, it's actually going to change the model that we've created in our controller, as you'll see now.
So we're doing two-way data binding.
Yeah, we're going to do two-way data binding. One-way data binding is really useful if you're, for instance, displaying some data out that you fetch from the server that you know isn't necessarily going to change. But especially for something like what we're doing here, where you're going to input data and you want that to be, you want that data to, have some sort of action applied onto it. It's just so useful because you don't have to, pass that data back into your controller. It's already there for you whenever you're changing it.
So it's basically one way is good for displaying, two way is good for user input.
Yeah, exactly. So now what we want to do here is first we want to go into our main controller and we want to start creating some variables on our scope. So the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to create posts. And we're going to make this an empty array for now. I'm actually going to remember to attach this onto our scope. And we're going to make this an empty array for now. And that'll basically contain all the posts that we're going to display on the page. Once we have a backend, of course, we're going to get our posts from there. But for now, we're just going to start it out empty every time.
Now, when you add stuff to the scope variable, it goes to any other controller that's using it can have access?
No. So the scope that you're creating is only going to be available for whatever you put in your controller here. So, for instance, this div right here, this is. Am I highlighting that correctly? Okay, so because we put in our main controller onto this main div, the only things that can access this, the scope variables are going to be inside this div. If, for instance, we had another div down here, and we gave that another controller, then that controller will, then the elements underneath that will only be able to access that controller's own scope.
Its own scope. Okay, got it.
Yeah. We're going to talk about root scope a little bit later on, but there is a way to, provide entire scope to your entire module. That shouldn't be used too much. We're going to use it for
globals
one thing
are bad?
at the end. Yeah, believe it or not, globals are bad. There's a preferred way to actually pass data around Angular application, and we'll get to that, I think, in Module 5. Meanwhile, we're going to actually create another scope variable, and we're going to call that new post. And this is what's going to basically contain our, we're going to model this to our form right here. So what we'll need right now is we'll need a name, and we'll also need some text, basically the text of that chirp. So let's go and initialize that real quick. I'm going to call the username created by, make that empty for now.
You probably don't need those vars, right?
No, but it's nice to know what you're, it's just, I think, a good practice to say, hey, what is going to actually be used? Yeah. And actually, because we're going to use ng model later on, we want to specifically tie, for instance, the text the text box for your name specifically to a new post created by, for instance. So as soon as that changes, this is actually going to change. And you'll actually, by by adding it in here, you'll actually also know exactly what models you're going to use explicitly. So it makes for a cleaner code, I think, to initialize it here, even if you don't necessarily need to. I'm also going to initialize text. And I'm going to do something else. I'm going to actually create it at. Because as you've seen in Twitter, and as you're going to see in our application, we want some timestamps. And so the created at is basically going to store a timestamp. I'm going to leave that empty for now, but that's all we'll really need here. So now let's actually go through and add each of these scope variables and attach them as models here. When I say each, I actually do not mean we should do the timestamp as well. We're actually just going to do the created by on the your name text input, and I'm going to call that, or I'm going to use ng model, and I'm going to use new post dot created by. And you'll notice that I'm actually not using scope here, whereas I use scope here. And that's because this entire scope is already passed to this controller. And the only things it can access are just basically the scope variables. So you could just call them by what you named them here.
Scope is implicitly
Yeah,
defined.
Scope is implicitly defined. And for the text area, we're going to do something similar. We're going to do ng model, and we're going to give it new post dot text. I'm actually going to also set this input up here for the name as required real quick. So now that we have these two, what are we actually going to do when this form posts? Well, we'll need to add in the post here to the form. And for and just for timing purposes, I'm actually going to paste the rest of this in. So what we're going to use is we're going to use ng submit for the form posting, and it'll basically call a post function. And in here, we're going to create another. Let me just go down here, paste that in as well. We're going to create a post function on our scope so that it can actually be called in our application here. I'm gonna indent this a little bit better so you could see. But what we're doing in our form is we're calling ng submit post. So whenever this form, whenever the submit button on this form is clicked, it's actually going to call this post function. And so we then define that post function actually on our scope as well. So the scope will be a function that basically creates or adds a created at to the new post here. So whereas before it was blank and we didn't necessarily change it in our model at all, we're actually going to change that here and make that date.now, which is essentially going to be the current timestamp. And then we're actually going to post this, or push this to posts. We're going to take whatever we created in new post, the actual populated post, and we're going to add that into our scopes.post. And then we're going to reset new post here. So once we save this, you'll notice that we actually don't display the chirp feed here at all. And we're going to display that in just 1 minute. We're going to display that using our basically filters. Or actually, I don't think I'm supposed to do this.
That's what we're at.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking about.
Yeah, sorry. OK. So once we add this in here, we should actually be able to post into our posts array. Now, we're going to just actually be able to see our post array if we actually display it here. So let's go in and create that display. So we're going to display this pretty primitively right now, just by creating a div. And what we're going to use this interesting ng repeat directive using some filtering.
What does ng repeat do?
Excellent question. Let's look at some definitions for that. Oh no, I can't because I don't have it.
I'm sure you could freehand it.
Yeah, I am going to just tell you what it does. So I had this entire section on like filters and repeating, and I don't know where
Got
it is
lost
now.
on the internet.
I lost it somewhere between pushing it up to GitHub and now. But basically, what ngRepeat does is it's going to take this posts array here, and it's going to say, well, for every post that I have in posts, so it's going to iterate through all of post. And it's going to take every single element and it's going to assign that temporarily to post. And it's actually going to create a new scope in here. I hope that's not too confusing for you. And what it's going to do is it's going to make that post be available to whatever is subsequently inside this div. We're going to perform some filtering functions onto it using order by. So typically, if you don't have this right now, it'll just populate that list for you, top to bottom, and whatever's first in post is going to be displayed first. By using order by and giving it an element here, what we're actually saying is, hey, can you actually order how we're going to traverse through posts by its created at times? So it's going to do it chronologically, essentially. And I'm passing it another parameter here, true, and that is basically. The third parameter for order by is basically, do you want to reverse this order? So I'm saying true here simply because I want it to be displayed reverse chronologically with the most recent post first. And then you'll see that there's some extra directives that I added in here that are pretty interesting. ng class odd will basically apply this class onto any all the odd posts within our posts, and ng even is going to apply that to all the even posts. Now, this will be useful for styling a little bit later on, so stay with me for now on this. And next, you'll see we're going to create a post created by here. So the post created by is going to be just displaying the username that someone put in, and then it'll just say the text after a little says, and it's going to show the timestamp. Now, this isn't formatted at all, so it's not going to look very pretty for now. But let's save this and run our app for the first time.
Oh.
I just needed to allow that content. No worries here. And you'll see we can type in our name. This, again, looks pretty similar to what we had before, but once we actually click that chirp button, you'll see it actually passed that model already to the controller without us having to say anything, just because of the way that ng model does two-way data binding. And you'll see here, since it's pushed it to the post, and post is also bound using this repeat loop, it's automatically going to show up kind of magically.
Okay, so that was the reverse data binding that we were talking about, right? Well,
yeah, exactly. Because we're typing in something here, even in our view, it'll bind back into
it binds back into
yeah, exactly. It binds back into the scope, and that's accessible within our controller. So we didn't explicitly have to pass, the name or the content of the chirp to our controller. It already knows that because we already created that the new post as a scope variable.
Nice.
And the same thing is true for the posts array, because the posts array is bound to the view whenever that changes within our scope. Like when we add, for instance, our new chirp into it, it's going to just cheap into it. It's going to it's going to automatically display here. So we can do a couple of other ones, and you'll see because we use the order by parameter true, it's actually going to display reverse chronologically. So the new things that I'm saying is going to appear on top in that repeat. So that works. It doesn't work super well, but it works. It's extremely unattractive as a web page, I must say.
It's simple.
It is simple. It's very minimalist. I think people like that right now. But let's actually go in and add some styling. So we're going to actually just throw some bootstrap on there. That's a term that I've heard Stephen use quite often. Just throw some bootstrap on there.
Yeah, just sprinkle it on there.
And add some formatting. And there's a lot of formatting that we're going to use. So I'm just going to copy this real quick and replace this. So let's actually go through and look at what we changed. all we did is we added in this Bootstrap CSS style sheet. And we, of course, also added in the style CSS here. I don't have that created in this app folder, so let's actually create that now. And I'm going to call this, I'm going to call the style CSS, and I'm actually.
If you actually just put the name of the file on the first line and hit save, it'll actually save it as that.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that. I've always saved it separately. I'm going to cheat and get my style sheet from here and just
So this is styling specific for our app.
Yeah, this is styling that I made specifically for our app. So for instance, it'll change the submit button style, the post, and it's actually going to give it, according to the different classes that the ng even, ng odd gave it, I'm going to give it different background colors accordingly. And I've also, formatted the posts a little bit. And that's going to be included here. So I'm going to save this as a new file inside here. I'm going to put it inside a new folder called style sheets. And save it here as style.css. Style.css. Cool. So now that we see it in a directory view here and we linked it here, we can actually run this. Let me just show you one more thing that I did. So whereas before we basically had 3 text tags and we just put them in line, I'm actually going to format each of the cheeps a little bit better. So it'll be, you'll see, but it'll basically say the text on top. It'll say the posted by on bottom. And I'm actually formatting the created by timestamp a little bit using an ng filter. So this is going to, instead of giving it basically the number of milliseconds from the beginning of time, it's actually going to format this into a human readable date format. You can read this about this a little bit more in the ng or in the Angular documentation, but you're basically saying, hey, filter this number of milliseconds is actually, the date, which is as a date, which would be the time on a certain day. This is much clearer once you actually see it running, so let's go ahead and do that. I always close my pages and I always open up a new one, which is not smart, but there we go. Typing in Helen, and then I'm going to type in a nice format. I'm going to compliment myself here. And I'm going to click this chirp button. And you'll see that it's actually styled a little bit better. And more importantly, that date timestamp is going to look much better than it did before. And when we do another one, because of the way that we did our ng even and odd, we're actually going to alternate background colors. Nice. Yeah.
It's pretty.
So we have this, sort of done, but we're actually going to need a couple of new pages. In addition to just this page, we actually will need a login page and and an authentication page as well. So let's go in and create those. We're going to just create the templates for now. And you can see here that this is going to basically create the registration page. I know I didn't need to delete that comment on top, but it definitely bothered me. And I'm going to save this as register. And you can see here, this does pretty similar things. We're going to give it an ng model here for our username. We're going to give it a password here, for our user password here. And we're actually going to put this all in an auth controller. We've, again, added some styling in with the help of Bootstrap and our own little CSS file. And we also associate this with that ng app chirp app, as we did before. So we created basically the models for this, but we don't actually have that auth controller that is needed to power this, this entire div and this entire authentication element. So let's go in and create that. We're going to actually need to create a new controller for it as well because we want to separate those scope things. So we're going to create this auth controller separately, and we're going to call that auth controller, just as we did before here. So as you can see, we're still passing in scope, and we're passing in a user and so we're going to create a user scope variable as well as an error message scope variable. That error message should just display to the user, hey, what is, what's wrong with your login if their authentication failed. But for now, since we don't actually have an authentication backend, whenever they click login, we're just going to say, hey, thanks for trying to log in with this username. We're going to do the same for a registration by saying, hey, thanks for registering with this username, and just having that be our login function and our register function for now. So our register HTML, for instance, will do a similar thing to what we did before. On submit of that registration form, it's just going to call this register function. And pretty much we're going to build the exact same thing as a registration page, but for login. So we can essentially actually just copy this, create a new folder, create a new document. Make sure to change this to login, and change the button to actually say login, change the header to say login, and that's going to be our login page. It's going to work pretty much exactly the same way as our registration. So what you're going to notice is, hey, you're using the same auth controller for both your login and your register. Why are you doing that? How can you do that? Well, I mean, you can assign controllers to whatever different views you need. And because we basically need the same scope variables for both, we're just going to reuse one controller and give them different functions to access. That should not be in there. And we're going to just save this. And that should give it the authentication, as well as the login and the registration. So once we save this, we can actually go in and, for instance, look at our registration page. When I try to register, for instance, it's just going to display that registration alert here in our error message, which we defined in our form here, which we defined in our scope variable here, as well as in our form here. And we just bound that to the scope's error message, like so. So because we're running a little bit short on time, we're going to save the routing piece, I think, for Module 5.
OK, so you're going to throw that in Module 5?
Yeah.
OK.
But essentially, we're just going to go through and, let's look at the 3 pages that we created. We created a login page here, allow block content. We created a main page here, allow block content. And we created that register page here, allow block content. So Stephen is actually going to go through and create the backend for this application now using Node, Express, and Mongo in the next couple of modules. And when we come back, we're going to tie these 3 separate pages into one cohesive single-page application. So you're actually only accessing it from a single page and not clicking around. And we're going to tie that backend in as well.
Awesome. Sounds great. We'll see you guys soon. And we're back. Welcome to Module 3, where we'll be talking about Node.js and Express, which is the E and the N. Mean is not in the order what it should be. I don't know why, but it sounds better that way. So we're going to be talking about Express and Node.js today. And I guess to get started, we'll dive right into what Node is, and then kind of a bit about what Express is, and we'll start implementing those backend APIs that the Angular application is going to expect from us when it starts running. So really, we'll start with why use Node, the NPM Node Package Manager, understanding Express, and routing. So why should you use Node? Well, it runs on JavaScript. It's based on the same runtime that's in the JavaScript runtime that's in the Chrome browser. So it's a mature runtime that's sitting underneath it. It's completely single-threaded, and which means that it's actually pretty fast at optimizing for input-output. So things like a web server, where it really does handle a ton of requests, it can serve those requests and continue to the next one very fast. So you can get started. It's really easy, actually. If you want to create a simple HTTP server. So assuming that you have Node.js installed, I could just actually copy this. It's actually really easy. And what I'll do is I'll just copy it into Interactive Console. And that should just allow us to run a quick, easy web server. So I'm going to switch over to, let me open up a new window. Okay. So I'm going to do Node, and it should take me to Interactive Console. I think if I paste everything in here, cool. So what happened was I just copied exactly what was on the PowerPoint, which is really just creating a HTTP server, so requiring the HTTP module. Require Node.js just means, hey, I want to grab this module. Afterwards, we're going to call the create server function on it. And really what it's just going to do is just going to write back with a plain text content type header, hello world. And it'll just listen on localhost 1337, and it should just tell us hello world. So if I go to localhost 1337, hello world. Pretty simple, and that was really fast. So all of a sudden, we created a web server in about like 8 lines of code. So that's why Node is awesome. Cool. So I'll kill this server so it's not running on my computer anymore. And so we'll continue. Now, Express is actually a routing framework that sits on top of Node.js. And so if you remembered from the previous example, actually, we had this, right here, write head, content type header, all this like low-level stuff, which is really just the headers for HTTP messages. Instead, it actually just handles that for you, and it makes those APIs a lot nicer and allows us to create this thing called routing, which is essentially routes, paths into your server, which allows us to interact with those requests. We can interact with the requests much easier by serializing to JSON and XML quite easily. We don't really have to worry too much about headers unless we want to change something. And the really cool thing that I personally like about Express is that it's minimalistic, it's fast, and it's unopinionated. And what I mean by unopinionated is that it doesn't really have baked in MVC frameworks or baked in anything really. It's just a routing layer, and you can pick those frameworks and those things and you can put it on top of it and you take those pieces. It allows you to stay more agile and you can update pieces faster rather than having one large framework altogether. But that's my personal preference, and that's why I like it. So to get started, it's actually really easy to create Express application. The first thing we'll do is, so this command here says Express, but actually, so I'm going to go right into demo. We actually need to create, install the Express generator. And so this window is just all screwy, so I'm going to use this one. And if I go back to my GitHub repository, so if I users, Edward, actually, I need the documents folder here. Grab this. So this is the GitHub repository. I'm in module 3. I'm going to create a new folder called start. It's right next to finish. Finish has what we'll end up with. And we'll CD right into that. Hoping that path isn't too long for Node. We'll see. OK, so what we first need to do is we need to do node npm install. And so npm is our package manager for Node.js. And the reason why I have to talk about this really quick is because we need to install the Express generator. And we'll use -G to say that we want it installed globally. If you're using this on, I know particularly on OS X, if you're on Linux, sometimes you might have to use a sudo command to get this to work. You might hit a permission failed. And so now we have the Express generator, CLI, installed. So now we can just do Express. And the command is express --EJS, which just means that we want to use the EJS rendering engine and the directory name. So EJS, and we'll just hit period because we want it here. And what this will do is it'll create a basic bare bones Express application. And in order for us to actually get things going, we have to install all the dependencies that we need. So we'll just do npm install. And npm install will actually install everything. And I'll...
How do you know what dependencies you need?
I was about to just go say it. So if we go to Notepad and go to package.json, ooh, this is not formatted very nicely. So package.json is a JSON file which has metadata about our application. So the name of the application, it just defaults to what the name of the directory was, so it's start. It's a private app. This is metadata for the Node package manager. But the most important thing is the dependencies here. So these dependencies tell us which packages, really just a manifest of the packages required to get this app going. So we need body parser, cookie parser, all this other stuff, Express, to actually get things going. So that's how we know. And so now we've created our Express application. I'm going to go ahead and open this with Sublime so I could have a nice look at the folder. So we have app.js, and then inside that we have our roots. So let me see. I'm going to pop back to my PowerPoint to keep myself on track. So I talked about NPM lightly. It's a command line package manager for useful libraries on Node.js. Some people also actually use it for front-end frameworks too. You can also use NPM for browser frameworks as well. It's akin to pip or Python, pip for Python or gem for Ruby, and it comes bundled with the Node.js installation. So unlike pip, where I think in Python 2.7 or something, it doesn't actually come with it, this actually comes bundled together. So if you install Node.js, you actually get NPM as well. Package.json is a manifest for all the required packages that you actually need. It tells the system what libraries you need to actually run your code, and NPM interacts with package.json very frequently. So we specify the developer dependencies as well as the production dependencies. That's a little bit more advanced, so we won't talk about that today. And as well as the CI test. Generally, when you do things like Travis CI, Visual Studio Online, things like that, they'll look for npm start or npm test as the entry point for running your test. Okay, so I'll go ahead and start with routing, and I'm going to start with so the routing in Express allows us to create these paths into our server, such as whack auth, whack login. And so this is actually not the actual URL of the application. I believe it's chirp-MVA. Chirp-MVA, yeah. But it does a path to our server, and that's what the routes do. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to actually jump into some live coding here. So we have our basic boilerplate app.js. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove these two directories here, just because. Or these two files, index.js and user.js, it's just something that Express puts in there as by default. I'll go ahead and actually just copy it, just because it's useful for us to know what those things are, or to have, we'll use in a second. We're going to remove the references here. So in Node.js, when you want to pull in reference to another JavaScript file called modules, we have to use the require statement. It's actually require JS. You can read more about it, but it actually imports our files. So instead of using routes and index and users, we're going to create two new files here. We're going to call one api.js, and we're going to call the other authenticate.js. Cool. So now we have api.js and authenticate.js. They're empty right now. But what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and change this to API and API. I'm going to comment this one out, but I'm going to keep it. I'm going to go ahead and change it for authenticate, because we're going to do the API first, and then we'll do the authentication APIs. So authenticate. See if
you got it.
Spell.
Yep.
Boom. Okay. And instead of routes, we'll use users will use authenticate, and then that'll pull that in. Finally, Express has these .uses here, and so it's used for a couple things. It's used for setting which routers we'll use, and we'll talk about routers in a second. And it also talks about, also uses for middleware, and I'll also talk about middleware in a bit. But most importantly is that we need to change our routers that we're going to use. So API and authenticate will be an Express router, and instead of just using the baked-in default ones, we're actually going to use the ones that we've defined. So for any path that starts with API that comes from our local host or whatever the name of the server, the host name is /API, we're going to we're going to assign that to the API router. And any route that starts with authenticate or auth, we'll just use auth for short, we'll point that to the authenticate router. It's pulling up all the Angular stuff.
Do you want to comment out the authenticate?
Yep. Thank you. because that will crash if we do that. OK, cool. So now we actually pulled those in. Now, if you remember, I did copy and paste some boilerplate code. Oh, I lost it. Oh, well. So if I actually go into the README, which is just guides you through exactly everything I'm doing right now, we will have some boilerplate code here, which is OK, right here. So what this does really is it pulls in the Express module. It says, hey, here's the Express router. And what it's going to do is we're going to do some stuff, and then eventually we're going to export this module as a router so it could be used by the app.js. OK, so in the some implementation part, we're actually going to start doing some routing. So we could do like router.route, and we can pick the API that we want to do. So we are on API, so we want post. And so post will be the cheaps that we have. We'll call those post. And really kind of the way it works is like it's seen as kind of like a resource. So we'll have, for this API, we'll assume that we'll have a get and we'll have a post. A get will return all of our posts, and a post request from the client will create a new post. So we can do router.route post, and then we could say get. And so this will return all post. So it returns all the posts that we need for the that's in the database. But currently we don't have a database. So what we're going to do is we're just going to add the function, the request handler. Request handlers in Express take two functions, rec and res. And basically that means that, hey, we have a request object, which comes from the client, and a response object, which comes from the server. And we request the object, or the request object has all the things that the client asks for, and the response object has what you respond with. And in our case, because temporary solution, we don't really have our MongoDB server set up yet. So what we'll do is we'll just respond with a OK, and we'll just say, hey, to do, we got to do this. So we could do res.send, and I believe I could just put like message here. I could say to do. Return all post. OK. And so that's for the get function, or the get. The .get will give us the get method. We also want the .post because we want to be able to do the get endpoint and the post endpoint. And the post will do the same thing. We'll use a request handler function signature, which is rec res. And so we'll just say we won't really pay attention to what the request does. We'll just do, again, a temporary solution. And it'll just be to do to say, hey, in this case, though, instead of returning all posts, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new post. And I'll say to do. Post out. OK. And now, I can just put the semicolon since I finished this whole line. And what we'll do now is we'll just export router because I've added the routes to the route. And because of that, in app.js, when we do the require on API, it'll be seen as a router. And app.users expects a router to be registered with Express. I want to make sure I didn't go too far here. OK. Cool. So let's go ahead and just try this out. So one thing I use to test a lot on for web applications, and I don't think I can use incognito. I think I have to use a regular one. If I do Chrome apps. So if you go into Chrome Store, there's two cool applications you could use just to test apps. And actually, the one I like is installed. There's Postman, which is a REST client here. Oh, I was expecting zoom it. There we go. I'm going to quickly install Advanced REST Client because I prefer to use that because I'm just more familiar with it. But basically, it's just a client that will allow us to test our web APIs without actually having to write some code to actually use it.
So you're going to use this to create to basically make some get and post requests?
Yep, exactly. So let me see if I can zoom that in. And I can't actually do it without running the server. So if I do ls to show you I'm right here, and if I didn't screw anything up, if I do npm start, we should be able to start the application. It starts at bin www, which is the starting script. And so if I go to back to the NGS client, I say localhost 3000 API post. If I do a get, I should get a response. It says, hey, return all post.
So that's interesting. Is it that whenever you make an API router, then all of the methods below it will be for auth? We'll have the API.
So because I put this stuff in API, and this starts at post, so this is defined the post, but you can notice that there's no API here. If you go back to app.js, which is responsible for registering all of our routers, we noticed that we mounted the API router to the API path, which means that every route that's defined in API will start with WAG API.
Okay.
So that's how that works. So cool. So if I do a post here, it'll say, hey, to do create a new post. So we know that we have that. And if we did a put or something else, we would expect to have a 404 not found. My mouse is crazy. There we go. If I do post here, 404 not found, because we didn't define that API, which is how we expect to answer. Okay, so let's get more fancy. Let's do some more stuff here. The last thing we want to do is, Helen's going to talk about what resources are in Angular, but Angular actually kind of imposes one little thing on our server, and it basically says that if you're going to define something as what's called a resource, it needs to have a certain type of conformity on its REST API, which means that we want to be able to manipulate a collection of resources as well as individual resources. So because of that, we should also make another route that is specific for a certain post. So Express actually has this really cool syntax here where you could just put a :id, which will automatically parse the path and pass this ID as the parameter. So if I I'll actually just show you what I mean, because it's way easier just to show you than to explain it. So I'm going to do something similar. I'm going to do get, and this will return a particular post. Okay. And so get, we'll do post, sorry, not post, function rec res. So it's the same type of response handler that we had done from before. And so we have get function rec res, and what we'll do is we'll say res.send message to do return post with ID, and I'll add the request.params.id. So what this does, it basically, this params object will parse out what this ID thing was and pass it as a variable ID. And then we have, so what we'll see is actually what we passed in the path. Now, what's cool about this is that by doing this, we've actually effectively created an infinite number of routes, because ID could be anything. So you could do WAC API, WAC post, WAC 1234, 1238, 123, whatever the name of the path is, which is really neat because it kind of expands and makes your API flexible. So if you've seen on websites before, you might have like Facebook or whatever, it's like WAC post, WAC add new comment. That's what they're doing. They're basically, those aren't actually hard coded. They just have a variable, and the server knows what to do with that part of the URL.
Yeah.
So if I do a put here, so what we want to do for a put request, we'll say modifies or updates. So it's kind of like CRUD, basically, if you're familiar with databases, but just update existing post. And again, we'll just do function rec res. And what we'll do here is we'll just put the res.send. And again, we'll just say to do, and instead we'll put, instead of returning a post with an ID, we'll just go ahead and add a post or modify a post. So this is what we call routing. We're just routing these different types of these different routes from for the client to actually access the handlers, which is our logic, our business logic of how we want to handle requests. I believe I have one more, get, put, and
Post, delete.
delete. Yeah, we don't need to do post.
Yeah, so what Steven's doing is he's basically creating a fully RESTful API that allows you to, do all the standard CRUD operations like create, read, update, and delete. I mean, obviously he's not doing every single one, but by creating an API like this, it basically gives you all the methods that you might need to access for, modifying an object conceivably from any other structure or method. So for instance, the ID thing. I mean, now that he's created something for every single post, once that post, that ID could presumably be for every single post, right? So every single post can have their actual unique endpoint where you could get the contents of that particular post and you could change it or delete it or whatever else.
Yep, exactly. Okay, so so we started up our server, so let's test our new APIs just so that we can make sure that those worked as well. So I have post, and I could say 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want to get a post of ID 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. If I send, I'll get a response saying return post of ID 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. So it's exactly what I passed here. You can tell it's being parsed. If I do a post, I should expect a 404 not found because this route is not specified, which is great. 404 not found. And then finally, we'll do a put just to say, I'll do the put and the delete. Let's see, modify post and delete, which will hit the delete route. Delete post with ID 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 4. So, so we've created our basic post routes. Now let's do something more interesting, which is every application needs authentication. Almost every app does. Like we want to know who are the people that are using our application. So to do that, what we'll do is we'll use npm, which is very similar, like I mentioned before, it's like pip or NuGet, which really just allows us to install packages that are useful for us to do implementations like authentication. So to actually use it, one thing that's really useful here is if you go to npm.js.org, and you can just search for any package that you want, and I'm going to go to Passport. And this is what we're going to use. We're going to use Passport, which is really just a simple authentication library for Node.js. And every one of these guys starts with how to install, which is really, if it's not a CLI, it's pretty much installed locally, which means npm install Passport, we'll install that locally right here. So to do that, we'll go ahead and go into, kill that, npm install Passport. Now, one thing that those installs don't say, which as a Node developer took me a few months to realize, is that you can just do -- save, and what this will do is actually save that the dependency of this package in the package.json, so that next time you have to run this app, all you have to do is just do npm install, and it'll actually install all those dependencies for you, rather than having to reinstall and say npm install for each one again. Okay, so we did that. We also need to install Passport local, which we'll talk about in a bit, but basically Passport local is required to do local authentication. Local authentication, I mean not Facebook, not Twitter, not Microsoft account, not Google, just your own local authentication schema. And that's what we'll be using right here. So we'll do Passport local save, and then we need one more, which is since we're actually making our own users and storing those in our own database, we don't, it's never a good idea to store passwords. So we're going to just store password hashes. And then to do that, there's a great library called bcrypt. And again, if you want to get like the documentation for any of these libraries, or if you want to make your own library, you just go to npm.js.org. I generally just go npm.js.org, whack packages, and then the module name. And that'll just give you what the module name is, or what the README or the documentation for a module is. So we'll use bcrypt-node.js. And that will give us a really easy API to use so we could create password hashes. All right, so now I have everything installed. I'm going to go back to app.js, and I need to require a few things. Usually when you install a package, you need to require, like, you need to import those packages. So I'm going to grab Passport, require, Passport, OK, and then I'm going to do, I don't need to actually grab bcrypt here. We don't need it. And there's one more thing actually that we do need to grab, which is Express doesn't really come with much. It has, when Express 4 came out, they debundled a lot of stuff. So we actually have to install the cookie parser or the session manager as well. So npm install Express-session. and we'll save that too. And we'll require that as just a module called session equals require express-session here. And then if I go to, I'm going to put it right below the logger. I'll just do app.use. So we'll talk about middleware in a bit. So middleware sits between your request and your application, and app.use is really just a way that we add middlewares to it. I don't want to get too much into it, but basically it stands between the client making the request and the logic that handles the routing control. So you could do some common functionality like parsing cookies, or what we'll actually use it for ourselves to create our own middleware is to enforce API authentication. So right now I'm just going to use session to as a middleware. And I think it's like this. I'll double check. I think session, and then there's a secret here, and pick whatever secret string you want. This is just used for creating the session hashes. And then, so now that I've added the session middleware, the only other thing I have to do is actually have to add the passport middleware, and I'll add it at the bottom. I won't get into it, but middleware a lot of times matters in the order that you use it. So we have to use passport.initialize, I believe. I'm gonna have to double check.
Yeah, passport.initialize.
Okay, so, and then afterwards, app.use passport.session. So if I did this in reverse, passport.session would just choke because you need to pass the initialization middleware first, and then afterwards the session.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, that was a lot.
Yeah. And just one more point on the middleware. I mean, it's not that difficult. Basically, the order that you're defining that middleware in the app.js, that's the order that they're going to be run in. So, the first one is going to check for something, and then it'll just go next and next and next, whatever middleware that applies to the route that you're looking at.
Okay. Cool. So now we're going to actually add authentication. We're going to use the passport library, which we just added. We're going to implement sign up, login, and logout routes. And instead of storing users to MongoDB, for now we'll just use in-memory so that we don't have to talk about Mongo until the next session. So I talked about testing the APIs, and we're going to create mini routes, mini routers that we've already done. But we're going to use this same model, this same routing model over our authentication piece. Okay, so let me jump back down, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a new file here called passport.init.js. So this is just a clean way. This is actually Helen's idea of basically cleaning up our passport implementation, because passport can be, although it's simple, it's a lot just to take in. And essentially, passport has like its own sort of like middleware. They call it strategies, and in order to actually do it, we're gonna just copy some boilerplate code to bootstrap our passport implementation. So I'm gonna copy, and I'll explain what each piece does. It doesn't actually work, so don't be too fret about having magic code. We're gonna go in and implement it, but I need to copy some basic stuff because it's really specific to the library. Okay, so Passport has strategies, and like I mentioned before, we had to do npm install passport local, which means that we're going to grab that local strategy. We're going to grab bcrypt, which is our cryptology framework or library, which will just create hashes for our passwords, so we don't have to store the user passwords directly. And we're going to have this this temporary users data store, which is really just a JavaScript object where we'll save our users, and then in the future we'll replace that with MongoDB. So the first thing we'll do is we'll implement the signup API, which the signup API is pretty simple. What we're going to do is you get called, we register this as a signup strategy, and it'll be a local strategy, and this little thing just says, hey, pass the whole express request to our callback here, and this is our callback. The callback has a request, which is the request coming in from from Express, the username, the password, and done. So Passport actually automatically parses out the username and password from a form body when you do the REST request. So we can just assume that it has it. And what we'll do is we'll do users and username. So we'll grab the username that we have here. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, if you just pick the at username, it's just going to be a key value store. So what we'll do is we'll create a new object. Before I do that though, what we want to do is go ahead and check if the user already exists. So we don't have more than one user with the same name. So let's say if users username, meaning that if I got anything besides 0 or null, we can just return done with an error saying username already taken, because we're trying to sign up with the same username if you hit this path. And we will do a users, we'll do false, which will just basically say, hey, we did not sign in, and here's your error. Otherwise, we'll create a add user to DB, and in our case, we will just be storing it locally, so we're not actually using real DB. This is all in memory. And we'll say username is equal to the username that was passed in as a parameter, and the password will be, so if you look actually down here, we have invalid password and create hash. These are some helper functions that we pre-wrote, which uses bcrypt's APIs to create cryptographic hashes. So instead of storing the password directly, which is very bad, you don't want to do that, instead we'll do create hash, and we'll just simply store the hash. And later what we can do is when someone tries to log in, we'll just compare the hash with the password and see if the computed hash matches the one that we stored. So password, and what will happen is it'll just return the hash, and we'll store it back in password. Finally, instead of having a object here, so in Node.js, it's really traditional when you call an API, your first, or when you call a callback, your first parameter is usually an error. So if it's null, that means that you don't have an error. If it's not null, that means you do. And the other parameters are usually just specific to that actual API or that function. So we'll say users username is what we'll pass. So we'll say we'll pass back the entire object, the user's object that we just created. Okay, so that's our sign-up implementation. Now we have to do our login implementation. So again, these are like weird little middlewares, but essentially when we hook this up to our API, our authentication API, because Passport kind of sits between our users and our clients and our actual route handler, it'll detect that we tried to do an authentication because we're going to have specific authentication APIs. And Passport will, these functions really instruct Passport how to save users, how to hash the passwords, and how to provide a user back to Passport. All Passport's really doing is just kind of serializing, storing those users into a session, into a HTTP session, and then storing out. So if you ever use a website that like, hey, your session expired or whatever, that means that's the same exact thing. We're actually just storing you in like a little cache you could think of on the server, and you get a cookie, and it tells what user you are after you've logged in. Okay, so Passport use login. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing here. So we're going to say if the user at username, so we're going to get the username from the request. If the user at username does not exist, then we just need to return done user not found. So you can put whatever verbose error you want. Otherwise, we'll put, and we'll say false, you did not log in. Did I put true on the last one I did? Yeah, okay. If it's not false, then it's considered a successful login. Okay, and then so the user is not found, and then we also need to check if the password is valid. So we can say is valid password. Is valid password takes the user object that we've just stored and the password that that the person who's saying that they're that user provided. So if I try to sign in as someone, that's the password I'll get. So we'll pass users, and I believe users here. Username and password that we were given from the API here. And if the password is valid, which means we, or if it's not valid, because instead of nesting, you could just do not, return done invalid password. And we'll also say false. Otherwise, we actually got the user and we did successfully sign in. So And I could even console log that to make sure that we get that debug output. It's a whole lot of code I'm writing without running, so kind of makes me nervous, but we'll see. Okay. And we'll just pass null here to say that we did not have an error. And instead of false, we'll pass in the user and username. Cool. So all this is actually in the Passport documentation. This is not made up or whatever. It's actually in there. And then finally, we have to just, when Passport is called, or when Passport wants to serialize a user into a session or deserialize, it needs a unique identifier for that user. So in the next section, we'll use the MongoDB IDs that we have. In this section, since we know that users will have unique usernames, we could just use the username for the user object. So kind of a key value type of thing, where the username will serve as a key.
Could you go back to your code real quick?
Yeah.
How do you check? So, okay. So if the password is valid, then so the first thing we'll check for users' existence.
Yep.
The second is going to check for if the password is
Yep.
not valid, and then the third you're going to check for, and if both of those are true, then you're
Yep.
already going to just go and sign in.
Yep.
Is that
And
right?
yep. So let me put some comments here. So check if password is correct, and otherwise, if the user exists and the password is correct, then you should be able to sign in, right?
Okay.
And so now, if we're past the, when Passport wants to serialize the user object into the session, we need to provide it what that key should be. So we're just gonna, actually this is pre-baked in for us, so we're just gonna pass back to the done, no error, you're gonna get the user ID back, or the username back, and Passport will use that. Now when Passport comes back and says, hey, I wanna get a user out of the, if a user comes back that's already logged in, we want to be able to get that out of the session. So instead of we have not implemented this, we'll say no, we have, and instead we'll do users, which is our database, our faux database, and we'll say username. And that'll return the user object back. Object back, and I'll put here, tell Passport which ID to use for user. Okay. So now we have that part. And finally, we can actually start implementing our API. And I'm not going to torture everybody through this again with the gets and the posts and whatever. I have some pre-baked code that will just define all of the APIs that we need for authentication. And we could get right down to testing to see if it works. Okay. So if I go back to our GitHub repository, and so I did the sign up, I did the login, the serialization, so the whole Passport init. Finally, we can do the, this is initialized Passport, we'll do that in a second. I want the APIs. Actually, let me go ahead and do this now so that we can initialize Passport in app.js. So we know that we created a Passport init.js, but we never actually used it or imported it. So we'll go ahead and do that. And I'm going to do it after the Passport initialize and Passport session middlewares. And what this will do is we'll just call the object, it'll just require the file that we just made. And if you notice, we have this weird thing called module.exports. Module.exports in Node really just means that I have a Node module that I want to present. Module is the base, it's a global object within that file. And what we can do is anything that we put on the exports object is what will be exposed when you require this thing. So you can think of it as public. And JavaScript is great because it allows us to do crazy things. So exports is actually just going to be a function within itself. And that allows us to actually call the module with the function and initialize the module. And what we'll do is we'll pass that module, the Passport module, and it'll go ahead and initialize the Passport library, and then we'll be good for the whole application. Okay, so let's see here. That's a whole lot of mouthful. So because we required init Passport is, remember, it's a function that's been exported by the Passport init file, and we'll call init Passport with the Passport module that we required here. Okay. Finally, we're going to implement our authentication API. And I believe I have another slide, and I think they're going to kill me if I don't start breaking some stuff up. So we will have, it's under adding authentication, but it's really the same thing. they're really going to kill me because I didn't separate anything out. And so really what we're going to do is we're just going to add the APIs that we need around the Passport library that we just implemented, and we'll go ahead and test those out. All right, so to do that, like I mentioned before, I have I'm pre-baking some code here, kind of like a cooking show. It's already coming out of the oven. Okay, so we have the similar idea. It's a little bit different than our previous implementation to where we just expose the router object as the export. This time around, we're actually exporting a function as the export, which just allows us to pass the Passport module around without having to like re-require it or things like that. So, and it avoids having to use globals and stuff, and it's quite nice. So this will actually be the function, and instead of exporting the whole thing as a router, it'll just return a router, which also works because the Express use function for routers expects to have a router object back, which will be compliant. So the first thing we'll do is we'll create, let me start with these first. These are pretty self-explanatory. We'll have the sign-up API. So this will actually mount it at auth sign-up, Passport authenticate. And what this will do is we'll call the authenticate strategy of sign-up, which we defined in that Passport init file, and it'll either redirect the client to the authentication success API or the auth failure API. In this case, since there are static strings, we can't just say success and failure. We have to say auth/success and auth/failure. Otherwise, it'll route to the wrong API. We're going to do a similar thing here. We're going to call the login strategy with the login API. And these will redirect to these little, kind of like little dummy routes here, which will send us the same exact thing, and no matter what you send it. So really it'll say, hey, success, and it'll be rec.user. The reason why we can do rec.user is because that user is saved into the session, and automatically middleware just makes it magically happen to where the user will be deserialized out of that session. Same thing with failure. Failure will just respond back to say, hey, the authentication failed. And what we'll just do, we're not going to get too fancy. We'll just assume that the user put the wrong username or password. And that's what the client will use to display the error message. OK. Finally, I think I need to comment out the authenticate require, so we can actually pull the authentication file. And then we have to also uncomment the registration of that router to the auth endpoint. So remember that anything in the authentication router will start at auth/signin, auth/logout, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so Helen, are you ready to see this run?
I'm very hopeful.
That did not sound confident. Of course I didn't have a syntax error or anything, right? I mean, so.
There's actually a couple of people in the chat window with some syntax suggestions.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't work, I'll go through it and tell you why people think that is so.
Okay, so it looks like
Yeah, it looks good so far.
Most of it. I mean, the stuff that was executed, right? So let's see if we just make sure I don't crash or anything like that. So we're going to grab our REST tester again. Oh, geez, where is it? There it is. And what we'll do is we'll do auth sign up, and it'll be a post. And instead of JSON, we're going to pass form data. So username will be Edward, password, super duper secret, and we'll do X, yep, form encoded, we'll send. Oh no, has no method authenticate. Okay, so this is for income method has no message authenticate, which is, it looks like I'm doing rec.authenticate somewhere. 11 stuff doesn't work exactly right. I think it's where am I calling rec.authenticate?
Well, you're calling authenticate. So Stephen's calling authenticate in the authenticate.js. There are a couple of people who think that the issue might be in the Passport init.
Yeah, it probably is. Let me look at the stack trace really quick. Start routes. Oh, geez, this thing is. Okay, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, so authenticate.js. Look, everybody's paying attention. Okay, authenticate.js line 17. And it starts from there, right? So line 17, it does the post, which is great. This is what we expect, which is awesome because we're kind of teaching debugging right now too, right? And let's see, it's router, Express, middleware, blah, blah, blah. Is passport init on this stack trace? Let's see.
I don't believe so.
Not. Okay.
But I think you're also applying the passport init stuff to passport. So now it should be on passport.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Or did I screw it up here?
You missed an S at the end of users, someone said. Well, it won't. Can you search for user and then the square bracket?
Yeah. There we go. Cool. Nice catch, but I don't think that was the error.
No.
There's a thing that's saying, hey, it doesn't have authenticate, which means that this would mean that the incoming message has no method authenticate, which means that I'm calling rec, because rec is the incoming message, and authenticate means I'm calling authenticate on that. Which would mean it's authenticate.js line 17, which is where we'd expect it.
Let's go back to app.js.
Oh, yeah, app.js, because it's probably the middleware. That's what I'm thinking.
So where did we we did initialize passport.
Yeah, we
and
did.
Are we? And then we're doing the authenticate, and so passport should have the authenticate piece.
Yeah, it should have it there. Because we did session afterwards, and we did initialize after the passport init. And do we require passport? We did.
Did we require passport local?
Oh, yeah, we did. But we need to require it and passport init, which is passport local. That's interesting. What we can do is, because it's kind of complaining about, it's really complaining about the app.js setup. Like, I think that's what it's really complaining about. I can just fall back to the pre-baked stuff if I can't figure this out in the next minute. Initialize, let me go fall back to readme. Passport init, app.js, somewhere here. Here, okay, so here's our passport initialize, passport session, keyboard cat as our secret, whatever that is. And we require passport, which should be the same as here. I don't think I misspelled anything. Authenticate, well, this is fine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab the finished part of the module so we can see what we might have missed. Oh, I think that's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. All right. I'm sure everybody enjoys me sweating. Okay. So the reason why is because authenticate, remember, is exported as a module, which expects a function with a parameter. And because this is null, it's going to say, hey, this thing doesn't really exist. So we do need to pass that over to it, which is passport. Anybody catch that in the chat?
Yeah, I can't tell if the person said it right when we said it or what, but we seem to have found it around the same time.
All right, let's try it again. Beautiful. Okay. So now we have our password and my hash for the password. So notice that the password is actually not saved. Okay. And get doesn't really do anything. If you do now we can do a login since I've already signed up. So I can actually log in with the same thing. And actually, let's go ahead and do the log out. So log out a post or is it a get?
It is a...
Log out's a get. Sign out. So sign out. And the cool part is that Passport adds these really nice, what is it, get, auth, sign out. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It's saying not found. Why?
Well, I mean, if it's not in the...
So? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, 302. 302 redirect, right? And because it's redirecting to the root, we don't actually have a thing for that, so that's fine. So we get a 302 redirect, which means we did log out. When we do the application, that'll just mean that it'll redirect the user to the view. And if we do auth again, log in, we should be able to log in with user super duper secret, which we do. And auth success is what you're turned to, and we still have the same username and password. So everything's working fine. We have our login. Now, finally, we talked about middleware. We talked about all these magic functions that put stuff in between stuff. But now we're going to write our own middleware. And middleware is really useful if you want to do something, some type of action to a subset of APIs or subset of routes. Or all your routes. We have application level middleware, which is what we use, app.use, app.use, app.use. All that is application level middleware, which means that any router, it applies to any router, any route, all of them. So it's kind of global. What we want to do is, since we want to use the authentication piece for our API specifically, we just want to lock in, we want to lock up our app APIs. So our post APIs. So to do that, it's actually really simple. What we'll do is we'll say router.use function. Now, when you write middleware, middleware is super easy. All this is really, at its most basic form, is a function that has access to the request object, the response object, and the next object. Next means I'm going to call the next middleware in line between me and the request handler, which means that the order of those middlewares actually matter, because if middleware did something before and you weren't expecting that, then you might ruin the other middleware after it, or vice versa. So let's do this. If and remember, I didn't mention it, but the log out authentication API has this cool middleware because Passport adds it. Rec.logout is not something that comes with Express. It actually comes with Passport, and it allows you to just do this logout thing. So let's see here. If we do if, I'm running out of time, so I'm trying to do this very quickly. If rec dot is, I forgot if it's is logged in or what it is. Let me see really quick.
I think you made it is authenticated.
Yeah, but the rec function actually has is authenticated. There we go. So rec has middleware is authenticated, and what we can do is we can just ask, hey, are you authenticated? And is that a function? Yeah. If it's not authenticated, what we'll just say is, hey, res.send message. Actually, we'll just do redirect to, and Helen will make this page eventually, but we'll do hash login. And so now this will lock up any API that is on this route altogether. And really, that's fine for this router, except we want to be able to allow those posts to be public and anybody to access those. So if we want to do that, we need to make the get for that completely open and excluded from the authentication. But every other method should, modification methods and new methods and such like that, those should require authentication, and the user, any random user or any unauthenticated user shouldn't be able to access those. So what we'll have is if rec.method is equivalent to get, we'll just go ahead and do next, and we'll return.
So what Steven's doing is he's basically organizing this API so that the GET request can be accessed by any user, logged in or not. But for all the other routes, you have to be actually a logged in, authenticated user to be able to, for instance, post or delete a post or whatever else.
Okay. Here, return res.redirect. User not authenticated, redirect to login page. Okay, and I believe that's all we want to do. And so this will actually enforce that. So now if I restart the server, we'll do this test very, very quickly so I could get, so we could go on our break. So I've started it up, and now I'll go back to the REST tester. And I know it's not exactly sexy, but this all matters, because if you could test this without using the app, it'll save you a lot of time. So first thing we'll do is we'll do a sign up. Remember, since this is in memory, when we restart the server, we lose everything, which is why the database is important. So we'll sign up. Great, we've signed up. We're authenticated now. And now if we go to API, oh shoot, you know what I should have done? Let me do the negative test. So we'll negative test it, and we'll just try to do a post with a new new post on the post endpoint. And what we'll do is we get redirected to the login page. However, if I do a post, so we could tell that part works. So the middleware is working there. Now if we go to auth, let me make this a little bigger. There we go. Sign up. We're going to do a post again, and we'll sign up. Great. I'm authenticated. Now I can go and create a post. So API post. And if I send, did I get it? Okay. Looks like it's holding. I might have done something here. If it's not authenticated, yeah. If it's not otherwise, res.next or return next. User authenticated. Continue to next middleware or handler. Okay, that was my mistake. Really quickly, let me redo that one more time. So what we can see is that if I do sign up, so auth, sign up, I'll do a post. We've logged in, we've authenticated, and now if I do API post, and I do a post to that, which is an authenticated only API, we'll get a response to do create new post. Awesome. So in our next module, what we'll do is we'll grab MongoDB, and we'll actually implement those implementations for the to-dos of whether or not we need to create a new post and store that in the database, retrieve a new post, send all the posts back down to the client right from the database itself. And what we've done in this module is we've created all the routes that we need for the AngularJS front end, and we've also implemented the authentication that we need to protect certain APIs from unauthenticated users. Anything else, Helen?
No, I think that's it. So we're going to go for a meal break, and we're going to be back in an hour or so.
Yep. All right, we'll see you guys soon.
Yeah, see you.
Welcome back to Microsoft Virtual Academy. Do you know what I mean? Means to hack Jumpstart. My name is Steven. This is Helen.
Hey, guys.
And so last time we left off, we had created a AngularJS front end for Chirp, our Twitter clone. And the last module, I walked through Node.js and Express on how to create those APIs and get those things worked out for mimicking how we would make posts, and we actually did implement the authentication. So this module is all about the M of Beanstalk, which is MongoDB. So MongoDB is our data store that we're going to use. So if you remember the last module, we actually went ahead and used an in-memory store, and that's just a temporary solution. So what we're going to do is actually swap that out with MongoDB. So for this module, we're going to talk about intro document-oriented databases, just really a quick overview of that, what MongoDB is, how to use MongoDB from Node.js, which will flow right into how we can implement those route handlers for the post APIs to manipulate individual posts. Okay. So first of all, so document-oriented databases literally look like JSON objects. This might be kind of similar to if you would expect rows or columns in a traditional table or tabular data store and SQL databases. Instead, MongoDB just has documents. So here's the documents that we'll actually be using for this actual application for Chirp. So we'll have user documents, we'll have post documents. User documents represent a user, and of course, post documents represent a cheap. And we'll use these as our structures in our data store. Now, we do have a full Microsoft Virtual Academy on document-oriented databases that you can go ahead and take a look at if you'd like to get more detailed information. This module will more so talk about how to quickly use MongoDB to integrate it to our application to get things going very quickly. So that's our document-oriented database, like 100-mile-per-hour overview. That was very fast. There's a lot more to it, but and now, so MongoDB is a popular open source implementation of a document-oriented database. It's fully managed on Azure via MongoLab, which is a third-party provider, which is just an add-on in your Azure portal, which is really neat. That way you don't have to worry about like having to update MongoDB or any type of patches. It'll just kind of come down for you. And the drivers, basically in most languages that people code in, there's a driver for it. There's C++ driver, Node.js driver, there's a Python driver, a C# driver. Pretty much every language I could think of has a driver for MongoDB.
Yeah, and the great thing about the MongoLab instance for on Azure is that you can actually use a small one for completely free, right?
Yeah, so on Azure, you could actually spin up a MongoLab instance. And we'll do that on the last module of the day when we tie everything up and launch it to the cloud. And you could have a free instance. It actually doesn't cost you anything. So with that, with a free website, you could get up and running for nothing on Azure, which is pretty nice. Okay, so MongoDB comes with a few binaries that you should be aware of when you install. It's the MongoDB, the database process, Mongo, the MongoDB CLI, which is really just a way for us to manage our database, and Mongo import, which is a data import utility. We only use the first two ones for this lab, but if you're interested in how to use like more of those Mongo utilities, go ahead and take a look at our on-demand MongoDB Jumpstart that we filmed in last January, and I believe went live for on-demand in last month. Okay. So we talked about MongoDB document-oriented databases. So now how do we use MongoDB from Node.js to, because we need to do that if we're going to implement those route handlers. So the first thing we're going to do is, so you can either decide to use the ODM, which is Object Data Mapper, or we can just use MongoDB driver by itself. The Object Data Mapper is pretty nice because it wraps up MongoDB and it actually enforces schemas. You might be familiar with SQL. If you are, SQL kind of naturally enforces a schema. MongoDB does not, which is one of the great things about it, but it's also a double-edged sword because if you're not actually enforcing any type of schemas, things can go crazy because you could just put whatever, and documents don't necessarily have to look like each other. It's just by convention you keep those. So Mongoose actually enforces those conventions for you, and you'll see what I mean in a bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just do an npm install mongoose, and we'll save that to our package.json, and that will allow us to go ahead and start using MongoDB. So I'll jump into my command line and actually go ahead and do that. So I already have our module 4 start directory open in our GitHub repository. So I'll do npm install mongoose. So mongoose has a dependency on the MongoDB library. So if you see here, so we don't actually need to download the driver because Mongoose just uses the driver under it. So that's actually pretty nice. Okay, so we've installed it and we're kind of ready to go. If we want to go ahead and require it, we can go ahead and put it in our app.js, which is var mongoose equals require mongoose. And we'll connect to MongoDB. Let me make sure I'm following my slides here. Yeah, so with the MongoDB driver, we don't really need to talk about too much. You can use it directly, but we'll just use the driver through Mongoose. And it allows us to create, modify, and delete, insert, CRUD operations on records. So to connect to MongoDB, we'll just connect to a local MongoDB server, which will be what is it? MongoDB localhost.
I think you'll need to do mongoose.connect to connect.
Connect, yeah. There we go. MongoDB. What's the port number, Helen? It's 27102? The default port
something
number?
Like that, yeah.
I'll check in a second. And then we'll pick the name of the database we're going to use. So we'll call it chirp test. Okay, so, So this connects us to our MongoDB database, which will be running locally. Now, the thing you might ask is, hey, how do I, get MongoDB running? So to do that, after you install MongoDB, depending on where you installed it, it's actually set up on my path variable. So wherever you installed it, just go MongoD. And if you start it for the first time, it will complain about the data directory. So you might have to place the data directory where it asks for. You can also just do MongoD and do db path to data directory. and which is just where MongoDB will store its on this data. But if I have everything set up, I can just do MongoDB. Let's see. Oh, I think another database is actually running already. Yeah, this crazy looking screen. There we go. Okay, so it says, hey, waiting for connections on port 27017, which is the default MongoDB port. So 27017. Thank you. Okay, so now we've connected to, this will connect us to our MongoDB server. So now we're kind of set up to use MongoDB with Node. And what we'll do with the Mongoose ODM is that it'll enforce schemas around our MongoDB database using schemas, and then the schemas will be able to use models. And the way it works is that MongoDB has collections. Documents go into collections, and collections go into databases. Databases live on servers. And so for every model or schema, there's a one-to-one relationship between a model and a collection. So if I have a post model, I'll have a post plural collection. If I have a user model, I'll have a users collection. So that's kind of how that works. So let's go ahead and talk about how we can implement the route handler with handlers with Node.js and MongoDB. So if you remember from the previous lab, we actually just did a quick to-do implementation. We never actually implemented everything. Now we're actually going to get the user documents for GET request and create a user document for POST request. So really, it just means, hey, if we want to create the CRUD operations on those APIs that we didn't implement before. So we got the authentication working, but now we need to do the implementation. So we'll go ahead and get started. So let me minimize this out. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually jump into our authenticate.js here. Let me pull up my GitHub repository for it so I could follow my README. So if we go to chirp, module 4. So we already started MongoDB, and we already installed Mongoose. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and create our models.js, and we're going to use models.js to create our schemas. So I'm going to create a new folder here. We'll call it models. And say we create a new file here. We'll call it models.js. Now, you don't have to follow this convention. You can make a model folder or model file for each type of model you want to hold. Because we only have 2, I'm just going to throw them in the same one. So first we'll do mongoose equals require mongoose here. Okay. Oh. Okay. Afterwards we'll go. So we got our mongoose require module in. So now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and create a schema here. So mongoose schema. I'm being yelled at for typing too loud, so I'm gonna type a little bit quieter for you guys. Sorry about that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a schema, and the schema will have a username and password, and I guess it created that too. So what we'll do is let me go back. And we'll call this, I'm actually going to copy and paste the code because I don't actually memorized the Mongoose schema stuff. Okay. So we're going to create a user schema, and the user schema will be have a username, password. And the thing is, when we create a schema, we define what the types are for each field. And we have created that, which is of type date. And when we create a new one, the default value will be now, unless specified by the thing that saves the model. We're also going to have one more model, which is called the post schema, which will be a new mongoose schema. And the username will be, nope, not schema, post schema, so it'll be text, and it'll be type string. We'll also have created by, Helen, what is it going to be? Is it going to be type string? Or
yeah, could you make it a type string?
Okay. So it'll be created by, and it'll be a string that will point to the user ID that created it. And we'll have created at, Actually, I don't think I need created at. I just think I need, is that all you need, Helen?
Well, the created at would have a timestamp for the post, so we do want that.
Okay. There we go. Boom. Okay, so now we have our schemas. Now Mongoose wants us to create, the final thing to do when we're using Mongoose is just to synthesize our models. And so it's really easy to synthesize a model. All we have to do is do mongoose model post mongoose model user, and that'll allow us to just to export those modules into Mongoose so that they could be used by anybody using the Mongoose module in the application. So Mongoose user, and it'll be .model.
Yeah.
Right. And we'll do the user schema, which means I'm declaring a model. So I'll put that. Declare a model called user, which has schema user schema. So now remember, MongoDB under the covers really has no concept of a schema. It really is schemaless. So you can do whatever you want, which is great because you can change things in the future, but it's also good practice to kind of have some sanity onto what that data object's going to look like so that you have some consistency through your database. If you need to add something or remove something, it's pretty flexible, but it allows you to actually declaratively describe what things look like.
And once you're done with that, can you actually do me one more favor? I'm the person that's going to consume a lot of these, so I do want what we're doing to align. Could you use username instead of created by for the user schema?
Yep.
Thank you.
You got it. There you go. So text username, and we'll do our post model and our post schema. And same thing here. It'll be a model called user, which has schema. User schema, same thing, model called post, called using post schema. Okay, so we've created that. We can require that in, so I'll do that. We could do it right after Mongoose connect. We could do require, and we don't really need to hold on to the models module. We don't really need to, but we can if we wanted to. So we'll do models.js. Okay. Now this require will actually start to execute whatever's in models.js. I don't think we actually export anything, so it'll just be within the Mongoose library itself. Okay. And so now we've actually created our basic connection to MongoDB with the schemas that we want to do. Now the exciting part really is adding the users, getting the users out of like the in-memory nonsense that we're doing with the users, as well as the post as well. So the first thing we'll do is we'll implement the users in MongoDB because we need users to actually create posts. So it makes sense to start there. So to do that, if you remember that passport init had this pesky little users data store, so we'll get rid of that and we'll actually start to use MongoDB instead. So we'll do mongoose equals require mongoose. And then we'll say users equals mongoose.model. Oh, is that right?
Where are you doing that?
When I grab the models, let me see. Should be. I think so. Yeah. Mongoose model. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm saying. If we caught you here earlier, then I don't have stuff blowing up in my face later. Post. Okay. So all this, by the way, if you just look at the Mongoose documentation, you just do a quick search. It's really easy. You'll find it's all documented. So because we required and initialized Mongoose before we actually loaded this, which let me double check that we did. If not, things will kind of go haywire. So we have Mongoose require. So what we should actually do is we should require it after we do passport init, which would make sense to do it here. Before it. So do it right before. So actually, it doesn't matter. We could do it here. We could do it on the top.
Yeah, I think you're okay wherever.
Yeah, I'm okay, whatever. As long as it's not after passport init, because then passport wouldn't have any type of users declared otherwise. Okay, so we've created that, and so now that we have our users and we have our posts, we can actually start manipulating some stuff. So if we want to actually create a...
Are you looking for the authentic?
No, I'm not
Okay.
looking for anything. I'm good. So sign up here. So instead now, wherever we see users bracket, that was our old database, our in-memory stuff, and now we're going to actually use it for use MongoDB. So we'll do users, or user. I really should call it users. Yeah, we'll call it users. Okay. It might be different in the end module. I forgot what we called it on our final version. But we'll say users.find1. So find1 is a method, which is just a convenience method. It's actually on the raw MongoDB library as well. And really it's a convenience to find a document which matches, the first one that matches the query. And the queries in MongoDB are described by query objects and not by actual queries. Like SQL queries, it's just an object, which is a query object, and that's just what it is. And it describes the type of object we're looking for. So in this case, we're looking for an object, a user object with username equal to the username that we're passed in by passport. Okay? And what it'll do is will give us a callback, or a callback, and we'll give it to it. The first argument, remember in a callback in Node.js, is usually an error, and then afterwards it's actually the document. So I will call it the user object. Okay, and there we go. Beautiful. So now, if we got an error, we can say, so either way, we need to call this callback to tell the function that we're done. So we'll do return done, and we'll say db error, and we could pass this to error. And we could say, and we could actually just pass it directly. And otherwise, we'll just do false because we actually did not find the sign-up request failed because there's something off the database. Otherwise, if user, so if we did find a user, that means that we have already signed this user up, meaning that this sign-up request should fail because this username is already taken. Okay? Cool. So now that the username is already taken, it's false. We've hit those two possibilities. So user already exists with username. It's the same leg of code, so we can delete that. And finally, we want to store the user instead of in memory in the database. So what we'll do is we'll say var user equals let's see, username, and the same thing before is what we did. We just create the hash with the password. We'll just do the same thing here. Get rid of that. There we go. And finally, we'll do users dot. Can I just do a save on that object, or do I need to?
You can do a save. Yeah, you can do a save on. Well, you can do a save on not users, but your actual user. So
yeah.
the new user that you created.
The user I created, right?
Yep.
User dot save.
But but you need to probably make your user a new user.
Yeah, that's true. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. That's why I was like, huh, this is weird. Yeah, no, I remember now. New, and so user is actually a constructor. So, whoop, whoop, whoop. Had some sublime craziness going on there. Let me find myself again. There we go. And I think I declared it as users, which is kind of
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of funny looking, right? And let me double check. I have to always fact check myself. New user. Cool. Yeah, so in the example in README, you'll just see user, but in our case, we'll just do that. And then we'll just call it new user, and then we'll just add those fields as necessary. So instead of doing that, we'll just do users. And although it looks funny, this is just a user model. and we're making a user object. Maybe I should just change it back to user. I think I'm going to do that.
You did it for a reason before, right?
I know, I did it for a reason before. I don't want to confuse everybody, so we'll just do post. User and post. Okay. And then we'll go back to sign up, and instead of users, we'll do user.findOne and equals new user. And then finally, user.username will equal username. User.password will equal the create hash password. And then afterwards, we have everything in a MongoDB savable or Mongoose savable object. And then all we have to do is just call save on it. Now, we don't have to listen to the callback, but we should. So, does it tell me the count, or does it just return me the user back? I forgot.
I don't think it returns.
Anything?
I believe it actually returns you the entire user.
That's what I thought. Okay. So if error, return done with error false. Otherwise, console log successfully signed up user username. Cool. And then return done. Null, which means we don't have an error, and we'll pass back the user, which is user.
So do you want to do user.username for successfully signed up user?
I don't think so. I think we pass the whole user, and then afterwards we serialize the usernames for serializing in and out of the session. So I think that should be right.
Okay.
Okay. So now we create a sign up API, and so now we got to make the login API. Again, we can't use the user's in-memory thing, so I actually should cut this out. Yeah, see, we passed user username, remember before, which is the whole object. And kill this. All right, perfect. So now we have our done, and now we'll just do the login really quick. So the same idea here. First, we check to see if the user exists. If the user already exists, or actually this should be if not user found. But if the user doesn't exist, false. If the password is not valid, false, then you shouldn't be able to log in. Otherwise, oh, and this one's if it is valid. But if the password is valid, then we'll check, and if it is valid, we'll just go ahead and return. So we'll follow the same logic here, except we'll use the user, the MongoDB object instead. So first thing we'll do is user.findOne, and we're going to use our user name as the search for the query. And so these queries are really interesting because they're basically JSON objects, which is really neat. Error, which is an error from MongoDB. Otherwise, we have a user that we should get back, so just one. And so now what we basically need to do is check if we got an error. If we got an error from MongoDB, then return the done callback with just, let me make this a little bigger for you guys, with the error of the database and false, which just means that we're not going to log in. Otherwise, if there is no user object that came back, so if this is null, that means that there is no user with this username. So if there is no user with this username, that means that you shouldn't be able to log in. So you should also return done, error, not error, but username not found. Okay. And then we'll do false again. You shouldn't be able to log in. Finally, we have to check to see if the password's correct. There's a lot of cases here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If the password is not correct, password is not true, and what we have to do is we have to pass the user object, which we got at this point, and the password that is attempted to be used for this user. If that password is not valid, then wrong password will return done.
Incorrect password.
Incorrect password, thank you. And false. All right, I feel really negative because these are all the reasons why you shouldn't be able to log in, right?
I mean, that's what makes this semi-secure as an application. I'm not going to say it's the most secure, but
Yeah,
it's
but
not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's good enough. All right, so finally, we need to do let the user actually log in, and so to do that, we'll just simply just do return done with null, which means hey, everything's a-okay, and the actual user object. And that's about it. So now we'll delete the in-memory implementation. So now we should be able to log in and we should be able to sign up. And finally, what we need to do is we need to serialize and deserialize the user. To do that, again, you could see that we have the passport serialized user, which remember which will provide us with the user object and wants us to provide a key for that user. So in our case, we'll just do _ID. I know that looks like magic. What happens is MongoDB gives us an ID already on every object, which it generates for us, which we know to be unique. So because of that, we might as well use that for the serialization, because we know with high certainty that that is going to be a unique ID. And what we'll do is we'll return user._ID. And we should put a return before every callback, just in case. It's good practice. And then on the deserialized user, we need to find the user based on the user ID given. So what we can do is we could just do user.find by ID. Oh, do we just pass the ID to it? I forgot.
You pass yeah, you pass just the ID.
Okay. So we'll do...
in this case, it's the username since that's what you're... Oh, yeah.
ID.
You just did ID.
Like magic. Okay, so now we have the ID that this ID is gonna come back to us because we provided the ID on the serialized part of this. So our ID comes back to us, which is our MongoDB ID, and what we can do is we just do function, again, for error, and the user, which is the user document coming from MongoDB, and we're going to do a return. Well, if there's an error, you're just going to return the done handler with a null, and we'll also, actually not null, sorry, error, to say, hey, we got an error and false. Otherwise, return user. Well, also, just in case, I'm not sure if the mongoose returns an error if they can't find it, but we'll say if not user, return done, user not found, false. Finally, otherwise, we will do return done user. We'll say true, and we got to return the user. Cool. And boom. Okay, so now we found the user. Provide it back to passport. So now everything's actually really asynchronous because we have to actually go off to the server and fetch that data and bring it down. As before, it was in memory, so there was no asynchronousness because it was right in the application. Okay, so now all of this is implemented. We should be able to log in, log out, similarly like we did before, but those users will persist. So let's test it out. If we go over to our advanced REST client, I'm trying to see if I have a break slide. No, okay, cool. This is all the same thing. All right, so let me go to auth, and I probably should run the application. Let's see if it actually works. So npm start. I can't find module debug. Did I do an npm install here? I did. Sometimes I see that, and I thought that was in the package.json, or it came with Express. Okay. Debug. So I'm installing the debug module. Ah, okay. No, this isn't installed because all that stuff comes in the Express package.json. Okay. There we go. So let's give this a shot. We'll do localhost auth sign up. So if all goes well, we should see a new user in the database. And everything always works the first time. Let's see here. We should be connected to the local database. Did we actually ever connect? Oh, I don't think we ever connected. Yeah, I don't think we did. Let me double check our MongoDB connection. Localhost 27017. The port's listed 27017. Fire Mongoose. Okay, let me look at my finish really quick. Let's look at Notepad. Yeah, oh, okay. It actually doesn't even specify the port, so I think by using the default, but it should, that shouldn't really matter though. We could try it anyways. Okay. Is the app running?
Why don't you check if it's connecting to the server, or to the MongoDB server now?
Yeah, see, I'm not seeing any connections. Huh. What is going on here? Like always, worst case is fall back onto the cloud version, or the cloud MongoDB server, but we should be able to connect to it. And
It says, oh, someone said you missed the call to done one side, but okay, no, that's not.
that shouldn't matter.
Yeah, that's not our current issue, but we will go and fix that.
Yeah, but look.
Yeah, you're connecting to the MongoDB server.
Yeah. Unless I'm not in the right directory. Module 4 start app.js. Module 4 start.
Yeah.
App.js, yeah. And we don't see a connection when we start, which I would expect to fail if we didn't find a connection. Let me double check here. Okay. So what we can do is we can, oh, whoa, that was weird, right?
Yeah.
It says, oh, all these connections are now open.
Well.
Yeah, and now it can't connect. That's weird. That might be a little Windows thing. But let's try it again. MongoD. Waiting for connections. It might be like I paused it on the command line. Okay, connection accepted now. All right, that works. And then now the done handler, someone mentioned it was a done handler error, but I don't think that's an issue. Let me see. If we go back, our passport init, return done, and we're trying to do sign up, right?
Yes.
So find one username, fair, user name. No, user save should work too.
Yeah.
I might have to Martha Stewart it. Let's see. I'm gonna do one debug line. If I could see this debug line, then we'll do that. If not, we'll fall back to the pre-raid version. We'll see what we did wrong. Okay. Quickly run. Let's see. Call the API one more time. Yeah, I don't have an output from it. Which it's probably because maybe something's not registered or something. I'm not exactly sure. Which is fine. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll look at this really quick. Open folder. Okay. Passport init. So this is basically the same thing. We're taking the user, we're going to save it with the same implementation. We're going to save the user, and we'll see if the registration was successful. So just a copy and paste. It should be the same compatibility. Oh, you know what? Did I do? Yeah, no, we did the same thing. So that should still work. Let's try it again. Here we go. Oh, this is weird. It's not even responding.
Huh.
I will check the app.js really quick. Authenticate. Well, that doesn't make much sense to me. I'm going to try it one more time, and I'm going to do the, I'm just going to go to the finish. Okay, and do npm install our modules. Quick, come on, there we go. npm start. There we go. Cool. All right, so we got some response. It's kind of strange that that I couldn't even do a sign up those, which is really weird. Okay, so when we do a sign up, we should get the so we're getting a what you call an invalid user name or error, which is probably because we have a database error. So this is running. Oh, user already exists, that's Edward. Okay, that's fine. So because the user already existed, so I could just pick a new new name. So instead of that, we'll just pick sword8172. Huh, and it's not responding now. The we're saving the user here. But everybody loves watching me sweat. Let me see here. So we did the sign up and it said, hey, user already exists. So that already means that we got a user when we did the find one. So otherwise, if there's no user, we should create the user, username, password, create the hash. We save the user, and it should just tell us either we're not saving it. So we can do just a bit of debugging here and say, hey, if it already exists, which already hit that path. Otherwise, should creating a new user, and should create the new user here. User, and we'll call it username. Cool. And so now this should tell us whether or not we're creating a new user or not. We could tell if we actually hit an error or not, saving the new user object. Restart the server. Oh, that's really strange too. See that? Registration successful.
Yeah.
These PowerShell windows are kind of weird because.
Well, if the registration is successful, what is the response that you're getting?
Well, now I got the response, and it was, hey, success. It was really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know. Sometimes the PowerShell windows, like I think when I do this, actually, I think this is the issue. It pauses it. I'm not sure. Okay. So I can do another user. I'll do sedward1722, and let's see if I got a response here. That's really crazy. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh,
It's
yeah.
redirecting you to success.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
Great.
Okay, so we got through it too, so we're fine. So now, what we can do is, if you want to look at the actual database and see the users in it, we can do another PowerShell. We could just go to Mongo, and we could do something very quick. We could look at the actual database. Yeah, see that?
Yeah. So strange.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not going to touch this window. It keeps freezing up my, and that could be doing it to the server too. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, so connecting the test, we can show DBs, and we can see all the databases we want. Remember we made a test chirp database, which is here. So we'll do use test chirp. Okay, now I can do show collections, and we'll see that we have a users collection, which is what we created before, which is based on the users model. And we'll just do, let's see, db.users. Find, and this will show us all the users that we've created. We could pick like the first one, and we could see that this is in the database, username 172, password, whatever is the hash. Cool. So we're saving our users now. I'm going to copy this over to our. Since my hand coding seemed like it failed. I'm not too sure if it failed or if that was the MongoDB server, but let's quickly go ahead and do the API authentication. So now that we have the post APIs, so we've implemented all the the authentication APIs with the MongoDB database, saving users, pulling them out, etc. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and implement the post APIs to manipulate the post objects. We already have the authentication of those APIs already from the last module. So now all we're going to do is we're just going to put the MongoDB-ness in there, MongoDB-ize it, and then we should be good to go. So the first thing we'll do is, and this is the start. So remember that we did the is authentication, authenticated, we protected certain APIs that we needed to, and now we're actually going to fill out these to-dos. So what we're going to do first is we need to grab the mongoose module. Mongoose equals require mongoose. Okay. Okay. And then var post equals, which is our post model. And we'll do mongoose.model post. Beautiful. Okay. So now, what we need to do is we need to grab we'll do the get because it's really easy. So we'll do the get, we'll say post.find and function error data. Okay, so what does this do? So we had find one and we also have find. Find optionally takes a query parameter. If you don't pass a query object to it, it's just going to return everything in that collection. And the actual data object's actually a cursor. So if you have a large amount of stuff, it'll just cursor through the database. And we could use that and return that right to our client. So to do that, we will do if error. We could just return like res.send. We can send a 500 error. Let's say message. DB error. Actually, we can just put we can just pass the raw error to it. You might not want to do that because it's leaking. You're leaking diagnostics information, but I'm just going to throw it in there for time's sake. We'll return. So we should always return when we call our callbacks. Otherwise, we'll return res. Is it JSON or send? I don't think it matters, right?
Send. Yeah.
Okay, and we'll send the data back down. So what this will do is we'll send actually a collection of posts that we have in our database, and that will allow Helen to actually consume that in AngularJS and show our cheats. Now we got to actually implement the thing that'll create a new post, which is the post endpoint, the post method, and the post endpoint. And what we'll do here is we'll do post, the same idea here, except it's not going to be a find. It's going to be can we just do an insert? I'm pretty sure we could do that too. I'm not sure if that was our final implementation though. Post insert. I'm going to double check myself because I don't want to go off the paths here. Let's see. We've already serialized. We created all the authentication. We're going to do API post. And we're going to say if we want to create a new post, we just actually, yeah, this is for new post. So we create a new post, and I'll just copy and paste this because I am in a rush. So we only have 4 minutes left. All right, here. So now instead of using the to-do or whatever we had, we're going to create a new post object. The post text is going to be the text and the request body. So it's going to do a post, and we're going to get the text out of the text body, and that's what we're going to shove into the MongoDB database. Afterwards, we're going to have the created by, which will actually, I think Helen wants me to change created by to username. And afterwards, we'll save it off into the database, and everything will be right with the world. So username here. Helen, are you calling the username on the request body?
I believe I am.
Okay. So this is coming right from Angular client, so that's why it's important.
Actually, no, it's created by. I'm
created
sorry.
by?
Yeah.
And do you want me to save it here as created by or as username?
You should. I think saving it as username. I don't know what I called it in mind, to be honest. But
Excellent. Okay, cool. That's fine. And then so now we've then created by with the text, and now we'll just return the post object. And so this is the returning the post object that we've created. Doesn't really matter. The client can do whatever he wants with it. And the post in here will actually save this into the database. So we have that. And then finally, we need to do our particular post. So I don't think this will actually use this on our front-end client explicitly, but I believe Angular does look for these endpoints. So we should provide them. So in order to do that, it's really simple. For each one, we're going to use the ID. The ID is going to be the same ID that we use in MongoDB, and that'll just be what we have on. We'll use the MongoDB ID for the ID part of the URL. So we have this, and then we have get specified post. So this will just get a post for a specific ID. I want to replace it for this one here. We have our put route, which is what we had before, but instead we need to modify an existing post. So again, this is right through our README. The put's a little bit longer because what we need to do, we need to find the post that we want to actually modify, and then modify it itself. So if you look, we have find by ID first, which is the ID of what we want to look for. The error, we return an error if we don't have it or not. Again, it's username, not, you're doing created by, right?
Yes, in my request body, yes.
Okay, cool. And then the post text, and then what we'll do is we'll save that. If we don't find that username, then obviously we can't actually update it, so that's why we return an error. So I have to do 2 actions here for the put, which is why it's a little bit bigger than the get. And then finally the delete, which is really just removing something from the database, which is just a dot remove function on the model. And there we go. So now all that's been implemented. So now our post API is allegedly completely implemented with MongoDB, and it'll actually allow us to get and put stuff in the database. Now let's go ahead and give it a try and put my money where my mouth is and actually get everything working here. So we're gonna run our server again. Okay. So, oh, this isn't our finish, but it should be the same thing. And we'll go to the advanced REST client here, and we'll test. So we'll do a sign up, or maybe assign a login, because we have the same MongoDB database now. So everything is persistent. So we'll do auth login. Make sure MongoDB is running. Okay. Oh man. You know what we can do? I might just hit the live endpoint, because I'm not sure what's happening on my machine with Mongo, but it just seems like it's hanging for some reason. So we'll hit the live Azure website. So we'll go http chirp mva Azure websites.net, and we'll do auth. And I don't know, I'm just going to create a new user. So we'll do post, add a new value here. Username is equal to Steve 88. We'll add a new username, password, which is password. And we'll do post. Oh, yeah, post sign up, right?
Yeah, post sign up.
Oh, it's doing the same thing.
Huh.
That's really
It's
weird.
strange.
Because the live app actually works, right?
The live site definitely is working.
Okay, well, it's going to have to work at some point because you're going to integrate to it. Yeah, not sure why. It should just work. I think it's hanging on that connection, but it's weird that the live site does that, and I'm pretty sure you could just sign in.
Yeah,
So,
I just registered right now on the live site.
yeah, I don't know. It might be the advanced REST client. We'll figure it out during the break, though. It's not a big deal. So, anyways, so we've MongoDB-ized our APIs by having our MongoDB instances actually create our users and create our posts, and we're able to return all those posts back down. And in the next section, what we're going to do is we're going to consume these APIs right from AngularJS. And what that'll do is it'll just create a quick little integration so we can actually do two-way binding on the front end, and that binding will actually integrate to the MongoDB database on the back end. So if you restart the server or if you do something else, it just kind of works, and all the cheats and all that will just be saved persistently between application restarts. Cool, so we'll see you back in a bit.
Yeah, see you back soon.
we're back. So welcome to Module 5, which is tying up our application back together with MongoDB, or sorry, with AngularJS and our Express backend. So we're putting everything together in this one, right?
That's right. And let's just take a couple of moments to actually go through and make those API calls and get a reminder what the backend looks like.
Yeah, so in the last module, I guess we didn't actually fully get working this little arrow on our box. So if you just look at my box really quick, you'll see that we can create a request to our localhost API. This is all backed by MongoDB. It's the same implementation we had before. There's actually no functional difference. So it's just the application's hanging on the console. So here we can grab the API post. We're already authenticated. So we just simply do a application JSON post with a text field of like, this is a cheap, and your username that you're actually tweeting for. And we can just do like, this is a cheap 2, for example. Send that. We get a response of the object that we sent, which was, hey, this is API cheap number 2. And if we do a get, we'll get all the cheaps that are in the database, which is, see, this is API cheap, this is API cheap 2. And we know the user that cheaped for it, so we can actually front that with the front-end database. And we could start tying everything together. So pretty exciting, right?
Yeah, it is. So let's start off by actually putting in our Angular views, or putting our Angular views, that's right, into actually our server. So we're going to go in and we're going to actually go through to this Module 5 start folder. So this is pretty much what Stephen left us off with last time, with some minor changes that I'm going to show you now. So in the beginning of the module, Stephen actually went through and, sorry, I'm going to close all of these so you're not distracted by them. And so Stephen actually went through in the beginning of this module, and this is Module 2. I want Module 5. I'm just going to minimize these. He went through and he actually deleted the routes.index here and also this. I just went back and I added in one tiny route. I kept it separate from his, to keep things pretty clearly delineated. And what it basically does is it gets our home page at just basically the root.
How does it know that it should use that route? Like when we start up the application?
Well, when we start up, you mean when we're starting up the application, how does it know to basically go to here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a really good question. You'll see in our app.js that we're basically saying, so we're routing this like we're routing anything else that we've done before, except all we're doing is we're saying, hey, just go to this thing here.
Oh, so because it's at the root.
Exactly.
So if I go to www.awesomechirpapp.com,
yeah,
then that's where it'll load.
Yeah, exactly. And all we're doing is we're saying, hey, if you're going to the root, so you'll notice we don't have any sort of parameters either side of that, then we'll just automatically get this index.ejs that we have in our views folder. And that's something, we're in the completed folder. We want to be in the start folder. And that's something that is just, I just generated. It's a really plain HTML page. So right now, if we actually go through and we run our application with npm start, we can go to our localhost 3000, and it will just display that tiny hello page. So in this case, we're just making, like, at first, an extremely simple front end that just says nothing except hello, and it's, as you could tell, not actually an Angular app. Now we're actually going to start porting over sort of our Angular features in. And before we start doing that, we're going to make a single page application. So when we last left off, I'm going to now go into our just module 2. We had a couple of folders. We had, the login we had a login page, a main page, and a register.html. And all we're going to do right now is we're going to start pulling these into our other app. Oh, I'm also in the wrong folder here. I started hesitating because I was like, this is not what I left off with. Yeah, OK. So here. So we left off with this. And we actually left off with some, just nice but separate pages. And now what we want to do is we want to make them into a single page application. You can, again, follow along in the README for Module 5. Actually, no. This was back in Module 2 because we're still leaving off with the single page application stuff. So if you get confused, like I just did, and you want to know more about the routing and creating a single page application, go to the end of Module 2.
So we didn't finish up what we needed in module 2. So we're finishing up just a single page part and continuing with the routing and putting everything together.
Yeah, exactly. So what we're going to do is we're basically going to do some of that front-end routing. And we're going to start creating an app with multiple views. In order to do that, we're going to use the ng route module. And we're going to basically detect the URL that a user is on and display an appropriate template on the page without actually navigating. Although it'll look like we're navigating because it'll change the URL on the page. So the first thing we need to do is actually to create some partials of the page. So whereas before we had 3 separate pages that we'd render separately, and they all had to call out and get the JavaScript sources and the CSS style sheets, now we're only going to make a tiny partial of the page that only contains basically the snippet of that page that is the most relevant and does that purpose. So for the login registration pages, for example, that would just be purely the form and nothing else. So let's actually go through and create our partials. Creating partials is actually pretty simple because all you're doing is you're stripping away the stuff that you have. So I'm actually going to, in order to run this, I'm actually just going to copy these into the public folder of our module 5. I'm going to really quickly make sure and check that I'm in the directory that I want to be in. Yep, desktop, start. And I'm going to just paste all the files that we created before in module 2 into the public folder for now. And this is also how we're going to start actually hosting our application. So once we have all these files, let's go through and actually edit each one. In start, in public, you'll see we have these 3 files here. And what we're going to do is we should just start stripping this stuff away. We're going to strip away basically everything that's up here and everything that's down here, until we're left only with the form. And you might have noticed that we're actually also even taking away that controller part.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a little bit. We're going to do the same for our main. I'm going to strip away everything here, and I know I'm going to miss one div here or there.
You can check. Mine will match them for if you just look at.
Yeah.
I think you're missing one there. 2, yeah. One more.
Actually, you know what? I don't even think I need this. I think I just need the clear fix.
You're the boss.
I mean, if the idea is to make our partials as small as they need to be, then smaller is better, I think.
Ah, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm going to also strip away this for the register page. Now, before I just go ahead and delete all these, I'm actually going to go and create basically a base template page. And in this base template page, I'm going to need to require all those scripts again. So instead of deleting them as a whole, I'm actually going to just copy them in here. Actually, I'm going to copy this entire thing. I'm going to paste it in here for now, and I'm just going to delete the form part of it, or this entire middle div. And in login, and then in register, I am going to strip away everything except for the form. So I know that was a little bit of a hectic process, but I hope you understand what I mean. We're basically transforming our previously pretty large HTML files into just these simple partials that only contain the exact parts that we need.
So instead of repeating the pull for pulling in AngularJS and pulling in the CSS, you're just going to do it once and I guess pull a Houdini and switch the pages without switching the pages. What are you doing?
I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do. So this is going to be our base that everything else is going to sit in, and in here we're going to call an ng view or div ng view. And in a little bit, we're basically going to say, hey, all that other stuff, as we need it, we're going to insert that stuff into basically this ng view div. So I'm going to save this as index.html here. OK, so now that we have that, oh, no, I'm still in my demo. Just wanted to make sure I didn't have more slides I wanted to show you guys. So now that we have this ng view here, well, we'll also need to kind of start adding that routing in our controller. So in order to add routing to controller, let's go in and look at our.
Are these the same kind of routes in Express?
Yeah, so I mean, the routing actually works pretty similarly as the way that it does in Express, except we're kind of faking things here. So we're going to, in a moment, I'm going to show you how I'm going to do the routing. But basically, the routing here, it doesn't actually go to these different endpoints. It'll detect what URL you're at, and it'll automatically show you that page in the view, but it's not going to go to a different link. So I think as a user, you'll see this routing work, and it'll basically seem kind of like what it's doing in Express. So, so let's start by doing our routing. The first thing we're going to need is we're actually going to need one dependency. We're going to need ng-route. And I think I need to put these in braces. So ng-route isn't something that's actually included in with the typical Angular package. So we actually need to pull this down from our CDN and into our index here as another script. Now, I've added this somewhere here, and I'm just going to copy and paste this in.
Is that because there could be more than one router for Angular? Or?
Yeah, so Angular actually has a couple of different routers. The ng-route is one that is standard with Angular. But there's also another quite popular one called UI route, and it has a couple more features. But I just want to stick with the basics for today. Whatever Angular says is there, that's what we're going to use, and not get too fancy. So I'm just going to paste that in under here before chirp apps, of course. Wait, I don't want to. I'm sorry. I don't want to purchase that license right now. Apologies, everyone. And I'm actually going to go back. And yeah, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to create routing similar to this. So I'm going to paste this in, and then I'll just describe this, because I think it's so much clearer once you actually see this in action. So what we're doing now is we're actually going to use route provider, which is how Angular actually decides or what happens when a user goes to a URL and what we should display on the page. So for instance, when we just go to the root, we want the template that we're going to use to be the main HTML. And we want our controller to be our main controllers. So in that way, that's why we don't need to define the controller explicitly in our main HTML again. And that's why we could strip that out, because it's already going to know when it's using the main HTML template that, hey, we're going to need that main controller, and we're going to use that scope. And in a similar way, we're going to do that for login and also for registration. So when we hit the register or the login URL, it's going to automatically bring up either the login view or the register view as appropriate. And you'll see that we basically specify the same controller for each of those because they can share that one controller. So I'm going to save this. And I will try to run it. Now, before, in the Module 2 slides, we talked about having to use a sort of lightweight HTTP server to use this, and we're going to give much explanation. It's kind of fortunate that we're now doing this in Module 5, because we do have a server. We have our our Node server to actually serve out all this data statically, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do so because we'd run into cross-origin request errors.
Yeah, that just makes it simpler. I guess, but in production though, if you're actually doing this at full scale, another option is you can serve out your Angular app on the CDN, the whole app, and then just set your server to implement cross-origin resource sharing. And afterwards, you can use the same server, but spread out the application on the CDN itself to kind of reduce the workload on the server.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we can actually, so I've just ran the server with npm start. We've put everything in the public, and actually I'm going to show you where this happens in app.js. In app.js, what we're basically looking for is we're saying, so what we're doing is we're saying, hey, anything that's in the public folder, just serve that as static, and that's why all of our partials here can be viewed.
That's that middleware magic.
Yep. So now when we run localhost, this bodes not well for us.
Is it? You can try hitting the up button on. I hit the issue. I think it's the same issue I hit before. If you go to your Mongo, not your Mongo, your other window, the Node one, hit up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the same issue we had last time too. I'm not exactly sure why the PowerShell is doing that to us.
Yeah. But hey, I'm glad we can fix it now. Okay, you'll see that this is really wide, and that's because I actually took off some of the styling. So I'm actually going to add that back into the index. Luckily, I have our original styling that I know we want to use. And what we're basically missing is we were missing that column in the middle because that's what determined that form's size. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to use it in our index. And I'm just going to say, hey, make all of our content.
So everything, ngView will be all the subviews that we have, and they'll all be aligned by this. They'll all have the CSS applied to it. So every view will have the CSS applied to it.
Yeah, exactly. Because ngView is only going to be in here. So this, for those of you who aren't familiar with Bootstrap, this is basically just going to, make the content of our page be in the middle of the page and with some slight border on each side. So I'm going to run this again, and you can see this works pretty much like before. We can type in something here, say hello, chirp, and that posts. Say hello again. Wait, no, that would mean my name is hello. Chirp, and it works just as before, except now you can see we're actually serving this on localhost. We still don't have a way, though, to actually get to our login and register views. So let's take a moment and actually build that out real quick. I believe I have added the navigation just as a nice little component here. I'm going to drag this in because this is just a lot of styling to have to type in. And I trust that you guys know front-end styling quite well. So I'm going to actually just use a nav element from Bootstrap. And it's going to just make the nav bar be on the top of the page like you've seen before. You can see here I've made one link, which is also our sort of brand image. It just says chirp. That'll lead us to the root of the site. And then we'll also have a login page. We'll also have a login and register link.
So everything on index.html is what appears on every page.
Yeah, exactly. So index.html is going to be the root page that we access here. And I think it makes more sense once you actually see it in action like this. Because no matter where we go now from here, that index.html is always going to be there, and we're always at index.html. And even when we navigate to these different links, you can see that our URL is changing. But if you actually look at the requests that we're making to the server, we're only basically getting these partial views and rendering them where we set ngView. So now that we have that done and we actually see the files, we should probably make calls for API. Because even though this is technically on the server, we're still getting just basically that array of data, and every time you refresh the page, it goes away. So let's actually start calling the APIs that Steven has so graciously made for us.
No, I toiled over them.
You really did. That was 2 modules worth of API creation. I mean, I would be angry if I were you, if I didn't use these. So OK, we'll exit out of these for now because, again, we've pretty much made the boilerplate placeholder functions for everything. So let's start, what should we start with? Let's start with actually getting authentication.
Yeah, because you need to auth before we can do anything.
Yeah, so we'll need some authentication to actually start getting the APIs. And for that, I have some slides. So let's talk about actually implementing and displaying that authentication on the page. So what we're going to use is we're going to use this HTTP core service from Angular. That's one thing that's already bundled with Angular. And what it's going to do is it's going to return a promise with success and error callbacks whenever you're making an HTTP or AJAX request. And you make it in this format. It's pretty straightforward. You say, hey, HTTP get some endpoint for me, and do whatever's in the success callback if that call is successful. And we can do get, you set the header, you post, put, and delete.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it had some type of method.
Yeah, I think it sets the header.
Yeah.
So we'll also need to save our authentication status. Now, I touched on root scope before, but root scope basically is a scope that's available to the entire module. And it's not great to use globals, but we're just going to use that for now to basically save our authentication. And once a user is logged in, we have access to their username, and we can display that. We show that anywhere, and we can save their authentication status for the duration of the time that they're in that
So it's
app.
very convenient because it's useful anywhere, so we don't necessarily, any view that we have, we can see that we have authenticated information, right?
Yeah, and we're also going to start logging out our users, as well as we're going to start showing and hiding elements based on authentication. So for example, we can make it so that only authenticated users can post, or authenticated users can see the log out button, but unauthenticated users will be able to see the register and login button. That way, we're actually showing the elements as they're needed for the user.
Nice.
And finally, we're going to redirect the user. So we're going to check the authentication status as we're making that request. And we're going to use yet another Angular service, location, to change the URL that the user is on and redirect the user to another page as it's needed. So for example, once someone has logged in, we can redirect them to the main view and have them see the feed and potentially post something, and same for register. So with that, let's actually go through and implement our authentication. We're going to go in here in this authentication thing here, and we're actually going to start by putting in the dependencies that we're going to need. So as I said before, we're going to need root scope, and we're also going to need location. And now I'm going to go up and actually create that root scope. So I believe what I do is I do run. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do this wrong. Let me make sure.
Yeah, that's not.
Authentication. And that is going to be in module 5.
Yeah, so we're continuing now. We're actually on the README. It's the module 5 section.
Yeah. OK, so I was close. Yeah, that actually I was doing it right.
Right.
You do run, and then you run a function, and then you say root scope here, because we're going to actually need to declare the root scope here, so we'd start making changes to it. And we're going to do. So great. And this is where we're going to put in our changes to the root scope. So much as we did for declaring the scope variables here, we're going to do the same thing and basically declare some root scope variables. So we're going to say root scope. And the first thing that we want to do is we want to set an authenticated Boolean to basically say, hey, is the user on the site right now authenticated? We're going to default that to false, of course. Change this to root scope. And we're also going to save that authenticated user's username. And we're going to call that current user and leave that blank for now. And so now, when we're actually logging in, we can set those root scope variables. I forgot one more thing. We have a lot of dependencies here. We're actually going to use HTTP as well, because we're going to be calling those HTTP authentication endpoints. I'm going to clear this placeholder data for now and say, when we're logging in, we want to make a post, and we want to make that to auth login. And we're going to actually post our, what is it called? Our user that's from the login page. So the user model here that we've created and is accessible here, we're actually going to just pass that root scope user to the login function. And we're just going to only worry about the success callback for now.
What can go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, this is a carefully choreographed demo, right? So probably not too much. OK, so now that we've passed the scope user to the auth/login endpoint, we're in the success handler. So this is what will go into if that authentication is actually successful. And so if the authentication is successful, like I said, we want to do a couple of things. First of all, we want to set our root scope current user the authenticated to true, because we've just authenticated a user. We also want to set our root scope current user to be the current user's username. I'm just having a lot of trouble typing, but these are all correct things. So, so you'll see that we got the data back from in this callback. So I'm just going to access the user variable and
So
get
this is the same user
name.
object that's sitting in the MongoDB database, right?
Yeah, and that's what Steven's passing back to me in that API, and that's what I'm getting here in basically the response. So I'm getting the data, that username, and I'm also going to set the location. So redirecting the user basically to our root or if this is correct. So we can do that by using location path. So, and this will just change the path in URL, and therefore, of course, also change our view. So I think this is right for login, and we're going to do the same for register. At the end of the day, these are pretty similar commands, except that one is actually registering a user, and one is logging one in. So we can do essentially the same thing. Because after a user has successfully registered, they're automatically going to be authenticated, and they're going to be logged in. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to run it here. I'm going to just register a new account for myself. Hopefully this works. No errors.
Try it. Is it? Okay.
Nope, 404.
Not,
Oh, you know what? I don't think the path is register. I think it's
no, it's
sign
not
up.
registered. It's sign up. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even catch that.
So let's try again with the right path. OK, awesome. And now I'm signed in. However, this is not really what we want. So now that we actually have users being able to sign in, we should actually display that sign-in somewhere. So let's actually display a signed-in user up here and start hiding these login and register links. We'll also probably want to make a logout function.
Okay, so if I'm signed in, I shouldn't, depending on whether I'm signed in or not, it'll show me.
Yeah, exactly. And so first, actually, let me go make that logout function, because if you can log in, you should be able to log out.
Yep.
So similar to the way that the logout function was in that request, or is stored in the request, we're going to actually store our logout function in the root scope so that it can also be accessed from anywhere. So we're actually going to create a root scope function here. We're going to call this logout. I always have a lot of anxiety over whether I should call things logout or sign out, which I understand is not a real problem. It's just one that I'm always grappling with.
Super tough problem, Holland.
But basically, all we're going to do is we're going to, first of all, we're going to deauthenticate the user from Angular. But we also need to call that actual
So yeah, the bottom
HTTP
two
endpoint
are locally signing you out, but not
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, exactly. And before I forget, we'll actually also need the HTTP dependency here since we're using it. So we're going to use HTTP, and I believe it is a post.
It's a post. No, it's a get. Sorry. It is a get.
You said that, but I started typing in get. I feel like
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a get.
Okay.
I'll double check for you. I'm pretty sure.
auth, and it's
Yep.
auth.logout,
Sign out.
sign out. See, these things are difficult. We need to just ban one of those
Ban all
terms
those
from the
words
world, and then
altogether.
no one will get confused anymore. So I'm not going to actually use a callback for that, because I'm just going to assume that works. It is a lazy
What
way to
can
do
go
it, and
wrong?
I'm sorry. But let's just leave that for now and start running that. Oh, we don't actually have a way to call this logout function. We should call these logout, login functions from actually our navigation, right? Because we want to be able to do those actions from anywhere. And so for that, we're actually going to edit them in index. So first of all, I am going to do what I always do when it's the HTML part. I am going to copy it in.
Yeah, nobody wants to type that.
Plus, getting HTML perfect and beautiful is just,
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't call it not fun, because I love front-end stuff, but it's not.
You usually write in Jade, don't you, right?
Oh, yeah. Actually, Jade is the other templating engine that you can use with Express. We use EJS today just because it's really, I mean, you haven't really seen it in action yet, but EJS is really, really great for.
It's like embedded JavaScript,
Yeah.
embedded C#, embedded Ruby. It's the same idea. It's just JavaScript that's embedded into HTML, which is kind of silly to think about because on the front end you do have that too.
Yeah.
But it's just Jade is a nicer way to write HTML.
Yeah. But the syntax is significantly different enough that we didn't want to throw another new thing at you when we were already doing 4 technologies.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm actually going to save this. What I did here is I have some, one thing here, which is the ng-click element, and it shows logout. So ng-click is basically whenever you click this element, you're going to run this Angular function. And we're also using basically the current user here, and we're just displaying the current user in the sign-in if one exists. So one other thing that I wanted to show is actually these ng-show directives that we're using. So this ng-show directive basically says, hey, if the user is authenticated, so if authenticator is true, then show this element. If it's false, then don't show this element.
So ng-show takes a true or false.
Yeah, it takes a true or false. And there's actually another nifty sibling of it, I guess you could say, which is ng-hide. And we can use that ng-hide on our login and register links. So ng-hide will basically hide the element if the Boolean that's passed to it is true.
Inverse, really.
Yeah, exactly. So with this, when we log in, it's not showing up. Did I save? First of all, did I save this?
This is the right file.
Oh, you know what I didn't do?
This is in the completed.
This is in the completed. I'm going to copy. I keep putting things in the wrong folder, and I'm really, really sorry.
So usually when I do it, I open up the particular directory in Sublime so I don't confuse it like that. Because you opened up the whole repository. That's probably why.
I did open up the whole repository, but you saw what I did.
Yeah, we all saw it.
And
we believe
let's actually...
All right, there we go. And log in.
Right, and now you'll see up here we say signed in as Helen1. That's the username that you all just saw me use. And it shows the logout as well, because these show if the user is authenticated. OK, awesome. One piece you'll see that we're still missing, though, is the actual feed that we want to show. And so that's the piece that we'll do next.
So the database is empty right now anyway, so it should be empty.
I actually populated some items in the database, because I'm sneaky, beforehand, so that when our GET request is made, we'll actually start seeing things populate on that page.
Okay,
so cool. I just had a couple of items in
there.
So
you socialized with yourself a bit on
I did, actually. You just see me say hi to myself like a couple of times. I mean, I thought about faking your name in there, but like, I don't know if you'd appreciate that. I don't know. I might have.
It's not creepy if you just do like, hi, Steven, and then if you
hey,
on my behalf.
Great demo, Helen. Oh, thanks. Like, I don't know. I seriously, that might have been my sample data. I'm really sorry. So the next thing we're actually going to talk about is we're going to talk about services. So services in Angular are basically, helper functions for controllers. Because what we talked about before is controllers are, what is basically massaging and bringing that data and putting it in the scope for the view to look at. But if you want to, do a lot of heavyweight requests and stuff, like even to what we just did with the authentication controller and making those requests, we typically want to put those in a service. So services organize the logic, basically, of your code instead of just logic of your code outside of just basically manipulating your models. It'll actually persist data outside of controllers if that's something that you need. So, being able to use this instead of root scope is definitely much better practice. It'll share data between your controllers, and you'll also just inject them into your controllers as you need them. So for instance, if we had an authentication service, we'd only put that in the authentication controller because that's the only one that needs it. So there are a couple of different kinds of services within Angular. There's a factory service, which is something that we're going to use, and that basically, these are a bit complicated as concepts because they're all fairly similar. But basically, you can think of these as being the differences between the services in Angular. A factory will basically return a value to you, and you're going to receive the value that is returned. For service, you'll use that if you want to receive basically a new instance of a created object, so an object that's already created. And provider is versatile because that's sort of the grandfather object that all these other services are based off of. And that's most useful if you have an API that needs to be configured sort of before your app starts running. And if this is all too complicated for you, don't worry. We're just going to start using a factory and not worry about the rest for today.
So if you want to get more detailed information, probably look at the
look at the Angular JS docs, because they go into this much, much deeper. But basically, a factory is great for reusing logic, and a service is great for sharing data. A provider is great if you need a lot more functionality or you really want to customize something. I think that's maybe a more succinct way of describing their different use cases. Okay. Another thing I want to discuss is actually a resource. So Stephen alluded this a couple of times when he was creating that fully RESTful API that we're actually now going to access for our posts. But a resource is basically a really wonderful, very high-level Angular module, actually. Or no, Angular service. Angular module.
Service?
Angular module. It's a module. Angular module that allows you to not have to manually manipulate like HTTP requests like we just did. Instead, it basically, if you give it a fully RESTful endpoint, it'll say, okay, I got this. Like, give me that endpoint, and I'm just going to run whatever methods you need me to when you need me to do them, instead of you having to specify specifically, okay, on GET request for this URL, do this, on success callback, whatever else. It'll just take care of that for you. And we're actually going to see this in practice in a little bit. So first, let's start off with creating a factory to get all of our requests, or no, to get all our posts. So I'm going to put that here, and I'm just going to say app.factory, and I'm going to call this post service. You could also call it post factory, but I like that, post service, postal service. Anyways, don't let me distract you guys with my dorky things. And we're going to pass it that HTTP service, because we'll need that to, of course, make our HTTP requests. And in here, we're going to create a variable called factory, and we're going to make it empty for now. And then we're going to create one function here called getAll. That's basically actually going to make those HTTP calls. And I also want, so we're going to make the HTTP call within this function. So we're going to pass this post service basically to our main controller to get stuff, or to get the posts, but we're going to define all its functions in here. So in here, we're just going to then make our HTTP call, say HTTP get, and then the endpoint is API/posts, right? And I think that's it. So we're just going to pass it basically the posts here.
Yeah, it should just be a get. As long as you're authenticated, it'll work.
And then in here, because we're going to use this post service, we're actually going to add the post service as a dependency. So we're going to leave this as being set to blank for now, because we want this to actually run independently of that. And we're going to set this to, we're going to, first of all, make a call to that post service. So we'll do post to the post service.getAll. So we'll do post service.getAll. And then because, and I need to return the factory here. So in here, we're basically going, once we make this call, we're going to get a success, we're going to want to wait for its success callback.
Is the post service factory, is that accessible from any controller?
It's accessible from any controller as long as you include it as a dependency.
Okay.
So that's the beauty of these services, right? Is that you can use them in whatever controller that you need. Okay, so I'm actually going to do get all success data. And so basically, if this call that we're making is correct, we're going to set our scope.post to the data that it returned back. So if this seems a little bit more convoluted to you, I understand. And I want to explain that a little bit. We're basically doing this so that all of this is abstracted away. So if we needed posts, for instance, on another page or something, we can reuse that code quite easily. And also, if we wanted to, for instance, change the API endpoint, we don't have to go around changing that everywhere in our app. So we'll save this and see if it works. It does not.
JS debugger.
Yep. Cannot read property success of undefined. I'm probably calling that wrong.
Or if it's undefined, that means get all is returning undefined.
Get all is returning undefined. Your post service get all success function. Get all success function data.
Post.
Yeah, because this is the same as that, and
Include a post service.
base URL factory that get all return. Oh,
Should you put
that's
it
not
after?
what I did. I did not actually return this, so I'm just giving.
Oh,
I'm
so
just passing it like
You're
a
just doing
blank
it.
thing.
Yeah.
Whew, okay, now this should work.
There we go.
Awesome. Okay, so because we already had some data saved in our MongoDB, yeah. See, now it's actually making that call to our server and is returning back the post that we have. So that's awesome. We can see the post that we have, but our post mechanism still, I keep doing that. I keep typing my last name as the message that I want to send. It'll add it in here, as you can see, but when we refresh the page, it actually, doesn't show up. And that's because we're still saving that. We're adding that to the posts that we have here, but we're not sending that out anywhere. Oh, I actually want to make one last change here. Instead of having you type in your name here, let's
Already logged
actually,
in,
yeah, since you're already logged in, let's actually go ahead and show, your screen name. So because that's in our main partial, we're actually going to change that here. And instead of having you type in your name, I'm just going to do a tiny heading. It'll be the current user. It's going to say, oh, current user says. Says, yeah, thank you. Grammar. Not my strong suit. And now we actually want to manipulate our posts here. So before we do that, I want to go back and talk about the ng resource that we briefly touched on. So instead of actually having to go through and implement all of these for every single or implement another function in our factory for every single request that we're going to make, why don't we just use that ng resource? And we can actually do that really easily. It's only one line, but we need to first import that ng resource module in, similar to the way that we did that for ng route, because that's also not something that comes standard packaged with Angular. So I have the link in here somewhere, and we're going to just add that into our index.html. Save that, and also add that into our Angular module as a dependency for the entire app. This should be a comma. Okay. And now, instead of having this, quite complicated factory here, we are going to just be able to delete all of that. Good exercise, though, so you guys know how it works, even though I basically typed it in and deleted it right after. And we're going to use one really simple line that I always happen to get wrong, and really actually simple line. It's surprising I get that wrong so often. And we're basically going to return it a resource that's generated by the resource module. And what it's going to do is it's going to take that entire endpoint that we have, complete with the ID, and it's going to create all these helper functions that you'll be able to use in whatever controller that you included in. So now, first of all, instead of using the get all request that we just made, since we deleted that, we don't even need a success function, actually. All we need to do is say, hey, make scope.posts into the post serve and set that equal to the post service.query. Or sorry, set that to what the return is from post service.query. And what query will basically, just send a GET request to the API/posts and get all of our cheaps, right?
Yeah, because it knows it's a resource that could just say, hey, it's doing the get all with that.
Yeah, exactly. So now let's refresh the page and see if that works. It does not. What is wrong? Resource is not defined. That's because I defined HTTP up here, but I really just need
You just need resource, right?
resource. Yeah. And so right now, we actually need to probably hide this if the user's not authenticated. I'm going to do that next.
Yeah, you probably want to do that.
But you can see that the ng resource is working. By just using that tiny query line, we've managed to be able to get all our entire feed. So let's go and hide this forum. We'll again use ng-hide. No, ng-show. We'll only show the posting form if the user is authenticated. But we'll, of course, leave the post stream so that anyone can access that. Awesome. And now, actually, let's log in and make sure that works. Yep, it does. And so now when you're logged in,
It should be zero.
yeah, it's
Should probably
showing
put a
up.
little that'd be nice, too. So,
It's true.
yeah.
Okay, so now let's actually go and work on our last little bit, work on being able to post to our cheap stream.
Cheap
stream.
cheap stream. I like
Stream.
that,
Yeah, tweet, cheap. Yeah. If we're going for a one-to-one mapping, that works.
I figured everybody's already caught on to that, right?
So yeah, let's actually go and change our post. So if you recall in our main, when the post form is submitted, it's actually still going to call that post. Yeah, it's still going to call that post function, and we'll leave that post function to itself right here. But the only difference is that we'll actually use the resource to go ahead and add something to it. So all we're going to do is we're going to say post service, and we're going to use the save function to be able to save that new post in.
So it'll secretly, like under the covers, call the API that we need to.
Yeah.
Because we did a RESTful implementation, right?
Yeah, exactly.
On the back end.
So since we have, how do I say this? Okay, since we are using our current user instead of actually having someone type in their name, why don't we set the created by to actually the current user? So let's do that first before we call anything. We're going to call scope. We're going to say scope.newPost.created by. We're going to set that to the root scope dot current user. We want to make sure to actually add the root scope in here as a dependency. And next, we want to set that created at.
There's that tense error again.
Yeah, we want to set the created at to the current time. So we're going to set created at to date.now. Okay, and so now that we've set up new post, we can actually go in and save it. We're going to save scope.newPost. And we're going to give this a success function as well. I spelled success wrong. And so what we want to do here, we basically want to say, well, after we've done this, first of all, we want to make sure that we clear new post again so that it's ready for another cheap. So we want to do that. And we also, of course, want to actually refresh the entire cheap stream. So we'll just go ahead and call that query again. And because of that two-way data binding, it's just going to refresh. It's just going to augment the view as we need it.
Okay.
So I'll save this, and I'll run this again. You might have noticed that when we refresh the page, we actually log ourselves out. And that's because we haven't implemented sessions on the client side. But once we log in, OK, so I'll say something here. Is it because I already said hi? No, I don't think so. Inspect element.
See what it says.
Undefined is not a function. Scope.post.
Scope.post, yeah. So then scope is undefined.
Oh, where did I? Post service, scope.post. Am I creating this wrong? Good question, Helen. What was the right way for me to do it? I asked my former self. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, I see what I did. So you want to actually pass that callback in instead of doing what I did, which is calling a success. I can't find where I put in the code. Okay.
That's success right there.
Yeah. And so I want to make sure that I have my indentation correct. Okay, awesome. I'll save this and I will,
It's probably refresh, right?
yeah. I was kind of hoping that I didn't have to, you know.
Yeah, I think it loads up all those views already, so.
Okay,
Say something.
I'll say something else. Okay, awesome. So now that actually worked. I said one more time and it chirped successfully, I guess. And now it's displaying in our chirp feed once again. So now that we're done with this, we've pretty much implemented all of, I think, our necessary parts. We've managed to interact with that REST API that we created in past modules to be able to authenticate our users, register new users, sign out our users, and we're also able to both get we're able to get all of our cheaps through that GET request on posts, and we're also able to write posts to it. Now, you can extend this a lot more because, again, that endpoint will allow you to access individual cheaps. It'll allow you to do, update them and delete them if necessary. But I think we're just going to leave this for now.
Awesome. So we've created all the basics that we need for the whole application. We're actually got it running locally. So in the next module, what we'll have, I will go ahead and figure out how to take this thing, deploy it to the cloud so that everybody in the world can cheap together.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. All right, cool. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we'll show you how to get this deployment working and talk about a couple other mean stack tools, and then we'll wrap this MVA up. See you soon. All right, and welcome back. This is module 6 of Do You Know What I Mean? The mean stack jumpstart. This is our last and final module. Very sad.
It is.
So throughout today, we started with explanation what the mean stack was. We created a basic HTML front end using Angular, but not integrating it yet. Then we built out the back end using MongoDB and Express with Node.js. And then we had all APIs. The last module, Helen had the pleasure of taking us through how to integrate those APIs with our, what?
I don't know what's wrong. I'm sorry.
Hold it together, right? Okay, so now, and she created the integration between the Angular front end and our application backend. And so now everything works locally. We have everything running. And all we need to do now is share it with the world and get it going. So this module is all about how do we deploy our mean application. So the first thing we want to do, so I guess this module will go through, the first thing we'll do is we'll set up MongoDB in the cloud, we'll configure and deploy an Express application, and then we'll talk about just some other tools, just have a quick conversation about a few of those things that you can use past this, this tutorial, and we'll let you go after that. Okay, so setting up MongoDB in the cloud. What we'll do is we'll stand up a MongoDB server. So the options that you have in the cloud are stand up your MongoDB server via VMs. There's other like technologies such as Docker and things like that you can research. That works on any cloud provider. Azure also has a fully managed option, fully managed database option, which is Mongo Lab, and it provides MongoDB database as a service, PaaS or DBaaS database as a service. So to do that, we're gonna go with the last setting up MongoLab because it's the easiest way for us to do it and the fastest way. It'll probably take us about 5 minutes to get that set up. So what it does, it allows us for a fully managed database. You don't have to worry about patching or update the MongoDB server, as well as you don't have to really worry about scaling that server as well. It'll just scale automatically. You just pay the monthly fee. And for a sandbox instance, it won't cost us anything, and we can mess around with as much as we want and get our application working live. All right, so first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna jump over to the Azure portal. So we're gonna jump over to manage.windowsazure.com. Take a few seconds for the portal to load up. And let me make sure, okay, I'm on my, looks like my internal one, that's fine. So we'll add a new service. Oh, I can't do that with my internal one. Okay, I have to use my external one. Open up incognito window. I'm only doing that because I need to separate my account since I'm a Microsoft employee. There we go. Let's go ahead and sign in here. And it'll take a few seconds, but we should, in just a few moments, we should be able to switch over to our subscription and activate a MongoLab account and just get the ball rolling on integrating our app. So I'm going to switch over to my subscription I want to spin the MongoDB service on. And of course, we have to reload the entire portal. All right, cool. And so we go to the add-on section here, which is, ooh, I got Zoom it on here too. Take this little add thing here. And it's actually a marketplace. I'll do it one more time for you guys. So it's on bottom left. So if you're new to Azure, that's what you're gonna do. And what we'll do is we'll say add new, and we'll click on marketplace. And under all these services, under here you'll see MongoLab. There's also MongoDB. So MongoLab and MongoDB are two companies that offer MongoDB as a fully managed service. One is by actual the MongoDB company, MongoDB Inc. They are the maintainers of it. And then you also have MongoLab, which is the second option. The reason why I'm using MongoLab today and not MongoDB is because the minimum cost for the MongoDB fully managed is like $400 a month. And MongoLab has a free sandbox instance that we could use. So I'm feeling cheap today. So we'll do that. All right, cool. So we'll do MongoLab. Sandbox again, remember it's $0 a month. It doesn't really cost us a thing. And oh, hit escape too many times. Jump right back in there really quick. There we go. Scroll back down. Okay. And we'll just go ahead and click next. Oh, we got to pick a name. We'll call this Chirp App. Next. And so you'll see this like review purchase and legal terms, and by clicking purchase, you know, all the legal jargon there. But although you're clicking purchase and all that, you're going to see that it is a sandbox plan and it costs nothing. So, which is quite nice. Okay. And we'll go ahead and click purchase. And what we'll see is it's purchasing, and it's going to start provisioning that for us. It's going to go off to MongoLab, which will handle standing up that database server for us so that we can go ahead and connect and create connect our application to it. So while that's happening, we're going to create a new Azure website. Go to plus. And so this will be the URL that you guys can chirp to and do all the crazy stuff. So we'll do chirp azure.azure. Oh, we don't have to do that. Let's do chirp-azure. And that URL is free. And it'll be chirp-azure.azurewebsites.net. And this is where we can start cheaping to. And so now our application, our Chirp app application, our Chirp app database is up. So all we have to do really is just click on this guy and click the connection information and copy our connection URL. Now, if we go back and open up the Chirp application, so if you go in the GitHub repository in Chirp under the Chirp folder, that's our final implementation of the application. So I can just go ahead and copy this and open up in Sublime. I think this is it, but let me double check. So one thing that we do need to change, so this is the part called, I guess, so we've already created the, we set up the MongoDB database. We're good there. We don't have to worry about updating or patching stuff, scaling database, all that good stuff. So now we're on configuring blah, blah, configuring and deploying our main application. So before we can actually deploy the application, there are some things that are very specific to your application, to the environment of the application, where environment variables become quite handy. So what we can do first is we'll go ahead and change the app.js. Instead of being hard-coded to connect to the local database for MongoDB, we'll assume that Node.js, to actually pull in environment variables in Node.js, you just grab the global process object environment and the name environment variable you're looking for. So ours is dev env. And this is handy because now we can say that if we want to run the app locally, all we have to do is just set an environment variable before we run Node to set dev env to true. And then that'll connect to local database and the application run in a kind of a dev mode. Otherwise, we can connect to the special Mongo lab connection string, and we'll grab this. And what we can do is we can, so we see we have chirp app here, and that should just create the chirp app. I'm actually forgot if this is a database name or if that's, I think that's the collection name. We'll see, we'll try that. I thought before I added something else here, but that's all right. Okay, so that'll connect us to the MongoDB database on the server, and the cloud, if you will. And now when we launch Azure websites, dev end will not be declared and will automatically default to the cloud version because on the Azure website there will be no MongoDB database. Now in Azure websites we can also set parameters for our environment variables. One good practice is don't put the connection string for your MongoDB database in source control, because if you ever want to open source your thing, you'll have your credentials right in the application. For the sake of brevity, we're going to just go ahead and throw it in there. But what you really should do is just do an environment variable, set that up, and put the environment variable on your Azure website and put it on your local, but just keep it out of the source so that when you do push and you share the code around, you don't have those keys just floating around in there. Okay. So I set up the environment variable, and now what I need to do is create an Azure website. And I did do that, but we do need to configure it for deploying our apps. So we'll call this chirp Azure here. If we go in, we'll do a setup deployment from source control right here. And it's really easy. So there's a few options you have. You have VS Online, which is Microsoft's own ALM, Application Lifecycle Management tool. You have GitHub, Dropbox, Bitbucket, a few things. We're just going to use a local Git repository, which is just really just a Git server that's set up on our Azure website, and we'll just add it as a remote. So we'll grab our Git URL. We're going to go to, actually, I think I should copy out, since we're already in a Git repository. Actually, I got this here. I don't really, oh yeah, I think I copied this over. Let me see. I want to make sure I'm in the right directory before I, okay, so this was chirp app. Okay, so I got to copy that out. So I'm going to go into GitHub, I'm going to grab this, copy it out. I'm going to put it somewhere else just because we shouldn't really put a Git repository in the Git repository. Inception Git, that's a no-no. Okay, so we'll cd into that. I think I need a Git shell because Git's not, yeah, it's not on this one. That's fine. So grab a Git shell. Oh no.
Oh no, is your mouse not working anymore?
Oh, there it goes. Okay, I thought it died. I was like, this is great. Okay, here we'll cd into that directory, git init, and we'll just initialize this as an empty repo. We'll do git add. Actually, I'm going to do a notepad git ignore, so I don't And if you're not familiar with Git, that just means I want you to avoid installing or including anything in Node module. Actually, I believe it's Node modules. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll do a git add, which adds everything in the current directory. We'll do a git commit, initial commit. So now we saved it to a local repository, and we see that we only added the stuff that's not in the Node modules folder. And then we'll do a git remote add Azure. Is it git add? Yeah, git remote add Azure, and then here. Oh. So if we go back to Azure website, it'll give us the git URL link. We got to copy that, paste it back in here. Okay, so now we have the remote. And so now if I do git push Azure master, it'll push the Azure branch, or the master branch of the Azure remote. And what you'll see here is as this starts to go, now you might be asked to set your source control credentials too. I'll go back and show you how to do that if you do this yourself for the first time. It didn't ask because it's not my first time doing it. So CRUD sync.net is an open source PaaS platform that handles deployments of PHP, Python, and Node.js applications, as well as .NET. And it copies all the files over, and then it starts to do the installation. So because it detects it's a Node.js application, it detects that you have the package JSON, and it goes in and installs all the stuff manually. You might see sometimes that there's one of the things that kind of you might hit a hiccup is with any native modules. If you notice that we used a bcrypt Node.js because it's a vanilla JS module, but it'll go through here, and a lot of times those errors are pretty benign because you'll just fall back to vanilla JavaScript. And so now we see it, we finished successfully, and deployment was successful. So the output that we saw here is actually going to match the output that we saw on the command line will be the same output that you see when we run the deployment command. So we can actually see what happened. And we can see how we installed everything, and everything was good, and we're all great. And now, if nothing went wrong, we should be able to go ahead and launch our site. And now, if you run into the free mode, you'll see that there's like a small delay in your application because if it's sleeping, or if you haven't touched the application maybe in like 20 minutes or something like that, it'll go to sleep and it'll just be turned off until you touch it again. There's also features like always on, which always keep your website on, but those are standard website features which cost money, but this is free and it's easy to do. And if you want to upgrade, you can really just go to scale, and you could just click, hey, I want to run free, shared, basic, or standard. In my case, I'm running standard, but I really should just be running it free. And then you could actually modify the instance count. So I guess we didn't really talk too much about what Azure Websites is, but it's a platform that is kind of an elastic web hosting platform. It has Heroku-style deployments, so we do the git push, and you're able to scale with the power of all the Azure machines all around the world, which is really awesome. And as your demand gets up, it'll automatically spin more instances. And as your demand goes down, it'll automatically scale down those instances. You could do things like based on schedule, or you could do things based on CPU time, or a few things like that. So it's really, really flexible. And it's really easy to host a website, which is really awesome. Okay, so now if we go back to our app, we'll see that we have our chirp application, our chirp feed, which is completely empty, and it's really sad. There's no chirps, so there's nothing in there.
I guess you have to go and create some chirps.
So we have to go chirp. So let's go and test to see if everything works. We'll go ahead and do a registration. I'll click register. I'll say Edward. I'll put in my password. Great. So now I'm signed in, and now I can cheat. You should be able to sign in on this website too and create your own account and see that you can cheat as well.
Yeah, I just posted something, and I can see yours.
Nice, I'm not alone. But it's funny because I have we don't have the sessions fully implemented.
Yeah.
So I can't.
If you say something, because of the way that we're doing queries, that'll refresh the feed. So I guess if you want to stay logged in, the only way to see new ones is by posting something, which is, maybe unfortunate.
But that's cool because it's really encourages you to hey, everybody chirp right now.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, and just go back to Azure websites. If you want to deploy if it's your first time deploying an Azure website, especially through Git, it's great because they'll actually walk you through the steps of how to add an Azure remote, how to add credentials, and things like that as you're setting it up. So if you're looking for resources on that, you can actually get that by simply trying it out yourself in Azure websites.
Yep. Now, what's also cool is that we can go and jump into our MongoLab account, and right from the browser, we can actually look at our documents and see all the users that have signed up and all the cheaps that are happening right through the backend. So if you just go right into your marketplace, you see Chirp app here, and what we'll do is we'll just click, we don't even need to click on that, we can actually just click this little manage link here, and right down there. And what it'll do, it'll just pop open a new window, and it'll bring us to MongoLab dashboard, which is it's not actually hosted in Azure. This is actually from mongolab.com, and it'll actually show us the post and the users. So we see that we have 3 users. There's 3, so someone else signed in too. Let's see. M. Vasquez and a couple other Chad. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 users. That's cool. So we have people signing in. Remember that we don't store passwords, so we just have hashes. So we have no idea what these passwords are, and that's a really good security practice, anyways. And we have our post, and we can look at, we have 8 posts here, and we could see, hey, here's a new cheap, right now, hey, from El Centro, California, hey, from San Diego. So we got someone in California now. We're in San Francisco, so well, not right now, but we're in Seattle now. Oh, we have Mark in Seattle too. See that?
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. So everything's kind of flowing right into the database, and everybody's authenticated in. And if we actually cheap something new, we should see more posts coming in. And see, now we have all these things, which is really cool. So now we've been able to launch our main application to the cloud. It's scalable because all we have to do really is just scale up Azure websites. So if 1,000 people, 100 people, 100,000 people, I don't know how many, I don't know how far we can get it, because scalability works, but you also have to develop your application to do that as well. So one of the things is like session caches. We're not backplaning servers, so if we have more than one Azure website running, or more than one instance, that session will be local to that server, which it holds that state. So if you're going to do something more advanced, one of the things you could look at is like Redis to connect all those sessions together in one place, so that you can scale to however many applications, Express instances we need, and then you can theoretically handle a very large amount of people to the scale of what MongoDB and Redis will give you. But right now, it's still pretty beta, but it works, and it works pretty well. Cool. So we've deployed. We've created a backend, or we've created
the front end.
The front end.
We've created the back end. We've tied the two together, and now we've deployed our site. So now it's actually live.
So yeah, so now we did a continuous integration. Okay, so now we're good. I'm just looking through my slides again. So now the last thing I guess we can just chat about is what are some other some cool mean tricks we can do to make our lives easier.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things is, right now, or today, we built out this entire MERN app from scratch. We actually had to go through and install everything and build the entire app ourselves. But there are actually a lot of pretty great generators that will scaffold out a really well-designed, sort of well-architected MERN app for you. So there are 2 that I'd want to talk about in terms of scaffolding tools, and one is MERN.io. So as it says, MERN.io is a fun and friendly JavaScript full stack for your next web application. And as you can see here, you can actually install the MERN.io scaffolding tool straight from NPM. Mm-hmm. There's also Yeoman, which is a great generator for multiple types of apps, not just MERN apps.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there really is a lot, and you can also install Yeoman through NPM. So NPM is just a really wonderful resource if you're working with Node at all. And there are great generators. There's a wide range of MERN generators. There's one I like called Angular Full Stack, and I also found one called Generator-MERN Stack. Generator-MERN-stack, and you can search for a lot of other great generators for you to scaffold out an Angular application. A lot of them will even scaffold out the authentication piece for you, which is as you saw today, maybe a little bit difficult to manage.
Yeah. So it takes care of all those basics, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And in addition, NPM, as we talked about before, just has so many different packages that are handy for you to use. We've only used that Passport piece, or we've only used the local authentication piece of Passport. But Passport, that Node module that we use to do authentication, also handles pretty much any authentication strategy.
Yeah, that's Facebook on there.
Facebook, I think Twitter, just OpenID.
A few others.
Google,
Google's,
GitHub,
I think Microsoft account too.
Microsoft, yeah, pretty much everyone under the sun, they'll help you authenticate against, and I think they're probably the most popular authentication strategy used with the mean stack, right?
Yeah, definitely.
There are some other things that we want to talk about. So, for instance, we use Azure websites to host our mean website. But if you want to, but if there's a bit more that you want to do, if you really want to spin it up using a Linux server, or there's things that you want to customize, there's also Bitnami is a great resource for you to get the VMs that are ready for you to use in the cloud as sort of like a mean VM. And once you actually connect this with your Azure account, you can. I'm not connected in right now, but you can actually just go in and you can click a link and it'll just start provisioning out that VM for you. So
nice.
It's really wonderful.
Does it do anything with Docker?
I don't think this one in particular does, but Bitnami, in addition to mean, of course, has just a bunch of really awesome images that you can use for whatever your need is. So you could just scaffold out an environment without having to build your own custom VM image.
Oh, okay.
So that's really cool. And one last thing that I wanted us to talk about are the Node.js tools for Visual Studio. So today, Steven and I were using Sublime Text to basically, very simple, lightweight text editor with some nice, syntax highlighting tools to develop our app. But the Node.js tools for Visual Studio are also incredibly nice, and you can download them here at just nodejstools.codeplex.com. So
it's open source, right?
Yeah, it's open source.
The extension.
Yes, the extension.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you meant for a second. Yeah, but it's a really great and quite powerful Node.js IDE. It has IntelliSense features for you, which is really great to work with when you're doing Node.js, and you can even add breakpoints and things like that. And it just makes for pretty wonderful and easy debugging.
Yeah, the debugging experience is a little better there because you can actually just put a breakpoint. The only way to do debugging, the easiest way without Visual Studio really is to download Node Inspector and then run a Chrome debugger on the Node Inspector client. It's actually not that really good of an experience, but VS does bring that together, which is quite nice.
Yeah, so I definitely recommend checking that out, especially if you're already a Visual Studio user. Any other things that
I can think of? There's a couple of things so npm.js, Node package manager, which is I hang out there all the time. There's a lot of cool packages that just come through. A couple of things that you might want to look into are for example, and you could just browse npmjs.org and go through a bunch of things, but a couple that you might want to look into. One of the things is what is it?
Grunt?
Yeah, Grunt, which is great for a task runner. So if you want to run your test, or say that you want to lint your JavaScript on your server or on your front end with hey, I want to make sure I didn't drop a semicolon, or I want to make sure I didn't do a couple of things, it'll do that, and it can actually watch those things. Other things are Mocha, which is my favorite unit test framework for Node. There's a few, but this one's one of the most popular ones. There's also Protractor, which I believe just comes with where do you find Protractor from? Is it Bower or NPM or?
So you can get it just along with Angular.
Yeah.
And you can also download it here. So Protractor, I think we touched on it briefly before. It's basically a really great test suite especially for that front end Angular piece.
Yeah.
So you can run tests to make sure that your code is displaying exactly how you want it to, or fits within a certain pattern. So I mean, we just wanted to bring you guys a lot of resources that'll help you go beyond just this simple jumpstart. Because at the end of the day, we created a simple application that doesn't really do any of that testing piece or any heavy lifting. But if you do want to build a robust application on the mean stack, you definitely can. And there are a lot of resources out there for you, whether it's scaffolding out an application or testing frameworks, or host entire VMs that you can use.
I mean, we blew through about four or five huge concepts. So we did data binding on the front end, as well as partials, directives. We didn't even talk about custom directives in Angular. You have things on the back end like middleware for Express, Node packages, doing authentication. And we did how to apply routers and how to apply middleware to certain APIs, but not others. And on the front end, again, we bounded everything up together. We deployed it to the cloud. But we also had a few other MVAs. So this MVA is kind of like a capstone or maybe a precursor to a lot of other MVAs that we have that relate to the mean stack. So we have MongoDB MVA, which I did with Rami. Stacy and Rami as well did the
Node.
Yeah, the Node. They did the Node and Express one. Did that one cover Angular?
No, but Stacy did a separate one with Christopher that covered Angular more specifically.
Great, and then they have an Angular one too. So we really have specific MVAs which kind of go deeper on each of these stacks. For example, with MongoDB, we never even talked about embedded documents or any of those things, which are really some of the big features of Mongo. Just because there's so many concepts coming together, we don't want to overwhelm. But if you're more interested in getting into more complex things to create really awesome mean applications, would totally recommend checking those out, as well as all the resources that we placed on the slides. So I think we've talked our way out of basically everything. We have the app running. Everybody's kind of happy. We're cheaping along. And unless you have anything else, Helen, I think we can sign our guest out.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us all today.
Yeah, thanks for signing on. And at the end of this MVA, there's going to be a quick survey. So if you don't mind filling that out to give us some feedback about our MVA and myself and Helen and how good of a job or how bad of a job we might have done. JK, no, but yeah. So other than that, thanks for signing on. Thank you for joining us, and we really do appreciate for you guys watching. We'll see you guys later.
Bye.